I'd like to call to order the board workshop, Pathways to a Brighter Future, Industry-Based Certification for Thursday, January 20th, 2022. I'd like to read a public notice. The public will be allowed to attend at a reduced rate of 50% capacity of the central office board meeting room space. Once capacity has been reached, admission into the meeting space will be closed. All audience members are required to wear a mask at all times. Masks will be available upon request. The board workshop, scheduled for January 20th, 2022 at 4 p.m. will be streamed live via YouTube. A link to watch the meeting can be found on board docs located on the school board's website. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
District 9, President Tapman.
Present.
District 4, Vice President Collins. District 1, Mr. Blue.
Oh, here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 3, Mr. Howard. District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson. District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Present.
We have a quorum. We move now to item C1, presentation of Pathways to a Brighter Futures, Industry-Based Certification. Dr. Narcisse.
Thank you, President Tapman. This session will also be streamed as well. So before we start, just wanted to just say a few things. So first, thank you for making the time today to be here. The goal of this workshop is to hopefully provide our school community and families more information concerning the Pathway to Bright Futures work that we're doing specifically around the industry component. I understand that we are sharing a lot of new information, and we're proposing some changes, but ultimately all we are working to do is to give students and families more options on top of those that already exist in our school system. See, every morning I wake up as a superintendent of East Baton Rouge Parish, and I'm also a father of daughters. And when we're creating these initiatives and programs, I'm also thinking about the type of opportunities that I would want for my own children. I've yet to meet a parent or guardian who doesn't want the same thing that I do for my girls: the absolute best opportunity and education for their child. Our Pathways to Bright Futures work is providing our students with more opportunities to pursue their passion and more ways to succeed. It's my hope that the information that we're sharing tonight will help shed a little more light on the opportunities this presents for students across the district, whether they are going to college or career bound. So thank you for the opportunity to share with you all today. And I'd like to invite Mr. Ben Nikes and Ms. Latasha Levantino to share a little more about the workforce development and integration into our Pathways to Bright Futures work.
All right, good afternoon, President Tapman, members of the board, Dr. Narcisse. My name is Ben Nikes, and I serve as the Associate Superintendent of Workforce Development. And tonight I'll facilitate a presentation of the Pathways to Bright Futures crosswalk with the career tech education opportunities we offer in the parish. We'll also have other presenters who will also present and then also introduce themselves when we move forward. All right. So tonight we'll begin with the agenda. To give everyone an overview, the first thing we're going to take a look at is the current graduation pathway overview. So the two types of diplomas that you can earn right now in Louisiana. Tied to that, we'll then take a look at the Pathways to Bright Futures Associate Degree and Technical Diploma examples. So you'll see where we've been actually building out opportunities like this for a few years, and then we're kind of beginning to actually move much more faster in ensuring all students have an opportunity to participate with the cohort starting in 9th grade. And you'll get a chance to kind of see examples of what like a basic schedule will look like, and then also what like a technical degree schedule would look like. Next, we'll take a look at our Talent Action Collaborative, which is a collaboration with BRAC and businesses to really focus on connecting those businesses with our Pathways to Bright Futures. And part of that work also then goes into the internship and workforce experiences that students can have as in their high school career. And we'll wrap up with next steps and questions and anything else after that. All right. So really tonight, we would like to kind of start with just a reference and current state of what all students will look like next year and their different grade levels, what experiences they'll have, and what type of pathways or diplomas they'll be progressing towards. So if you look on the screen, what you'll see is, starting with our 9th grade class next year, all students will either be on a career pathway diploma or a career diploma or a Louisiana Tops University diploma. And so as you look at these comparisons, right now we're in the transition in the state between Jumpstart 1.0 and Jumpstart 2.0. And that diploma pathway changes slightly with the amount of credentials students can earn or requirements that students need to earn those credentials. So we'll be transitioning, and you can see through 9th through 12th grade, students are going to be under different rules by the state. Moving into the Louisiana Tops University diploma pathway, you'll see that 9th grade class will begin the Pathways to Bright Futures cohort, which is a Tops University pathway cohort to start. And then our Bright Futures Glen Oaks High School students who will be in year 2 of that pilot. So again, those students will be on that Tops University path or diploma path. One thing I want to kind of make sure everyone understands, and there's still confusion about this, is that both of those pathways provide a student with a high school diploma. So you get a high school diploma either choice you make. What is slightly different is in the Louisiana career diplomas, which we'll look at in a reference chart here in a minute, is you'll see that you can take slightly different classes to graduate. So you may take different math classes or English classes. You take less science or social studies possibly, with the intent that you would be using those credit hours and that substitution into more of the career pathways so that you can either go straight into the workforce out of high school, or you could then go to technical schools or like a community college. You can also still continue to earn TOPS Tech through this diploma pathway, so students can earn TOPS to go to like a BRCC or community college. In the TOPS University diploma pathway, students are taking 4 core subjects in your English, math, science, and social studies that are more prescribed, and they're taking more of a art focus, foreign language. They're taking courses that would be required to enter into most 4-year universities or support them entering into those 4-year universities. So again, very similar in that case. You can still earn a diploma and you still get versions of TOPS as well. One of the things to look at up here as well is there's a misunderstanding that students earn industry-based credentials only if they're Jumpstart students or if they're in that career diploma path. And that's not necessarily the case. Our TOPS University students also earn industry-based credentials in a lot of different areas, whether it's carpentry or whether it's culinary arts or in IT. So students can do that in both pathways. It just depends on what their goal is ultimately and what level they may achieve. All right, one note here I'd like to point out. Currently in that career diploma track, 12% or so of our students were a Jumpstart core student last year. Now that seems very low, and there's a reason for that. When we went into the COVID year and students went virtual, a lot of your career-focused courses require hands-on credentialing. So they have to actually test with hands-on materials and be part of like hands-on experiences. 50% of our high school students were virtual, so many of them stayed into a TOPS University track so they could continue to do virtual work. So we saw a dip in the number of students who were opting 100% into Jumpstart. However, we had 38% of our students earn an industry-based credential. So that meant even though they were in that TOPS University diploma pathway, they were still earning credentials. All right, if you would take out on your backup, you have a handout that says Appendix 1, or we'll take a look at this mainly just to make sure we're all normed on the 2 different options that students have to graduate. By looking at this, we have the TOPS University chart to the left, the column that shows what students need to earn to get that diploma. And basically what you'll see is they take 4 English classes, 4 maths, 4 sciences, 4 social studies, health, world language, arts. The difference between this and Jumpstart, if you look closely, is students in a Jumpstart pathway only need 2 sciences and 2 social studies. They also do not have to take things like a foreign language. Technically, they don't have to take geometry. They don't have to take physics. So the intent would be they would be taking courses that would support them taking other credential courses or other courses that would support them in a career field. So again, slightly different. What that does mean, though, is students can still take those courses. So if I'm a Jumpstart student or a career option student, I can still take geometry, and in fact probably should, or I can still take foreign languages, and they count as part of my Jumpstart pathway. But you'll see that there are differences. The other thing in here you'll see is that there's substitutions that can be made for its advanced placement courses. Also, you can follow the Board of Regents matrix and LDOE, and you can take dual enrollment replacements for some courses as well. This chart is one of the more important ones really to take a look at tonight. And what we're looking at through this is basically showing how those 5 areas that make up the buckets for Bright Futures, the type of associate or technical degree programs that we either already have approved through the district and through the state or other entities, or ones that we are bringing online that have been tentatively approved. And so one of the things to really point out here is those 4 buckets on either side, not the liberal arts, but the 4 buckets on either side, really track 100% with what we've already been doing at CTEC, places like that, and also what BRAC and the Job Outlook report shows as high wage, high demand jobs in our area. And when you include the liberal arts area, so you include other things like business and criminal justice, you get a full spectrum of high wage, high demand jobs that are aligned to the BRAC Job Outlook report. And so these were intentionally built. It was very intentional to make sure students are falling somewhere in one of these pathways. Now, the main thing about Bright Futures and the advantage of it is that what it's going to create is an intentionally aligned course progression for students to fit something in this regional job market. So again, students could take dual enrollment classes and AP classes, and it's important to note that our 10th, 11th, and 12th graders will continue to do that, right? And continue to do industry-based credentials. But right now what we have in place is an a la carte system. So if I'm gonna take a one-off English class or one-off Western Civ class, it will count for college credit if I achieve the right score or grade, but I'm just kind of piecemealing pieces of college credits together, right? Whereas with the Bright Futures goal, we're picking a specific pathway with the terminal intent to say, I'm gonna get a technical diploma or an associate's degree built through taking all of those courses. So it's much more intentional with purpose to not only earn an industry-based credential, but to have that evergreen credential of like an associate's degree. So again, that's a little different. If you look across this map, what you're looking at are things that have been in place. For example, probably the oldest one up there that's been in place now for almost 4 years is the IBM P-Tech program at Terra High School. So that was really our first associate degree program where students were progressing with an intent to get an associate's degree. And from there, you see there's been a lot of building out. So the Pathways of Bright Futures pilot at Glen Oaks focuses really on that, the 2 right there with the liberal arts pathways and the medical. We have other programs like the Early College Academy at CTEC that focuses in several areas like process technology and manufacturing. You see things like automotive in the transportation area. So those have already been approved. In fact, you as a board approved that in April of 2020. So those are can come online as well. And then the overarching one that you see at the bottom, and you see that our region specifically pointed out, were fast forward programs. So the state basically requested all the regions in the state to submit proposals for associate or technical degrees. And we were Region 2 and we led Region 2. The 3 that we submitted are there on the list. And so you can see how there's basically a large list of programs that have been approved for the whole state through different organizations and entities that we can then use through the Louisiana transfer degree process to begin bringing those online if they make sense for our area. So with that, I'll take a pause before we kind of go into the transfer degree example and what that looks like. So I'll take a pause if anyone has any questions or
We don't have any questions or comments at the moment.
Yep.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Nikes.
Great. All right, so the first thing we're going to take a look at is more of a general approach to more of like a general studies type pathway. So I'll ask Ms. Levatino to come up and talk through this chart with you and show you some examples from this, and then we'll go into a technical version from the Fast Forward program.
Good afternoon. I'm Ms. Levatino. I'm one of the project managers with the Office of the Chief of Staff. All right, so the slide you're looking at now is, again, a very general sample of what a combination of AP and dual enrollment classes could look like for a student pursuing an associate's degree or transferable credits. So what you see in front of you, again, is you have an option there, which we presented in the last workshop, and where you would see that a student could take an AP course in place of the dual enrollment course. However, it does span the entirety of the school term or the school year, in contrast to the AP or the dual enrollment course that would be semesterized. So that's where you would see the slash between the two. The sequence is still very similar to the current sequencing for what our students undertake. The courses are, again, mapped to specific courses, and that is determined by the LDOE and the Board of Regents. Did it move? All right, so this is also year 3 and 4, again, continuing with a very simple general course sequence for year 3 and 4 of an advanced placement dual enrollment type schedule for a student, as Mr. Nikes pointed out, in order to earn an associate's degree or transferable credits. So you can see a large part of the AP coursework or dual enrollment coursework in this sample appears in years 3 and 4, again, because that is where the state maps majority of those courses as an equivalent.
All right. And so what we'd like to take a look at now is a specific fast forward version of what a career type progression would look like in that fast forward initiative and then like an associate's in cloud computing, so technology. You should have a handout that says fast forward. This document is a state document. It's over 100 pages. So what I wanted to do is just print out the index or the table of contents for you. It will show you all of the different options that the region submitted that we would have access to explore through a transfer degree type program. And Region 3, of course, are the ones we submitted as on behalf of the district. As you turn towards the back of that page, you'll see it skip to page 38, which is what you see on the screen if you need to see it a little closer. And so this document is really helpful, and what it'll show you is that this specific pathway was built out with Baton Rouge Community College as a partner, and it will give you the overview of what that specific pathway or that goal is for this program. And it'll also show you the credentials. So students can earn these credentials either along the way or some of them at the end of the time that they take all of the courses. So again, when we talk about there will be opportunities that we will build out where students may have to off-ramp or they may have to choose a different pathway. We'll have some flexibilities where they're still earning credentials, but may not quite make it to an associate's degree. So we want to be sure that that's built out as we continue these and build them out. So in this example, what you're going to see is the state was really wanted to norm everyone on this process. And so what they asked for is that we backload a lot of the dual enrollment courses in 11th and 12th grade. So what you're going to see is a lot of your high school courses, with maybe a couple of dual enrollment courses early on in 9th and 10th. One advantage I think that we'll have in the Bright Futures pathway is that we balance that out a little better. So it's more of a balanced approach where you're taking 4 dual enrollment classes year 1, 4 in year 2, and you're taking a few more later. And it gives students a little an easier on-ramp onto what they're doing with dual enrollment classes. So in this example in 9th grade, you would see like a sample schedule. This is built out to be on a 4x4 schedule, but all of our schools are on an 8-period day. So they would take all of 8 of these courses, throughout the school year. Right now, most of our schools are on an 8-period day. which is important to note that you get 32 credit opportunities in that schedule, right? The two pathways that we looked at for graduation require you to get 23 and 24 credits to graduate, whether with TOPS U or with the career diploma. So by us offering 32 opportunities, that gives students a lot of extra credit time to do some of these pathway programs. In addition, that some of their, of course, core subjects are also substituted for dual enrollment or AP courses. So as you progress through this, you'll see the type of courses students will take. We will have some flexibility to make adjustments in the course sequencing, like I mentioned, so to balance out some of those courses. But you'll see like the type of credits and courses that a student would take to earn that full associate degree. If you're interested in looking at other options, again, gives you at least a table of contents, but as you go through this, you can go look at the other regions and see, for example, what would a nursing pathway look like? What would a pathway in automotive look like? So you'll get a chance to kind of see how other pathways are connected in other areas. And one of the things we'll be doing throughout the year is really building out, formalizing which of these pathways have the most student and parent interest, which ones connect to our businesses the best. And so the TAC and other organizations that we'll talk about in a moment are helping us kind of determine that so that we build out the right pathways in each bucket. All right. So really the next area we'd like to kind of talk about that's been a really instrumental in helping us kind of build around this is our Talent Action Collaborative Partnership with BRAC. And I think we have Mr. Knapp in the back and also Ms. Ellis here as well from BRAC, who have been great partners with us going back now, almost a year doing this work. And this organization basically has helped us build out commissions and groups that are helping us vet through some things. So you're about to see kind of the work they've been doing with us. The first thing is these specific commissions and the work groups we're using are business led. They're also industry specific, aligned to those 5 buckets of the Bright Futures pathways, and they're solution oriented. So we're learning from businesses exactly what they need credential wise, what experiences kids need from a soft skill standpoint, exactly what students should have when they enter into the workforce or enter into the next level of college or post-secondary education so that they can enter the workforce after that. And so when you look through, again, it's not dissimilar, it's exactly tied to the Bright Futures buckets. So you go across that line of construction and manufacturing, healthcare, liberal arts. We have somewhere between 15 and 20 people from each of those businesses and groups who have been recruited to really serve on those committees. These groups, the commissions, do a lot of the heavy lifting. Their job is to dig into the details, and you're going to see some of the work they did in a moment, but they're digging into what are the soft skills kids need, looking at our curriculum, making sure we have that in the right places. They're digging into what exactly do we need in the workforce? What's the credential we need? We don't need that credential, we need this credential. We don't want students graduating with that, we need them graduating with this now. So they're really doing the heavy lift on making sure we're aligned 100% to those businesses in the 5 buckets. The kind of upper tier or the top of this group is the CEOs for Education. And this group is about 25 individuals who make up kind of the heads of the organizations where the other members serve. And they are really meeting quarterly. So where the commissions are meeting almost monthly or bi-monthly, the CEOs for Education are meeting quarterly. And their job is to really start helping us push change. So whether that is influencing policy, helping us cut through red tape, making sure that they clear out those obstacles that are going to cause us to have issues or need to get students to move along, they're really doing that great work with that. And so this group really are our steering committee, our trailblazers who are helping us set the really guidance and that vision moving forward. The strategic operations team is really kind of a negotiation between the two. So they're serving as that liaison who's taking that vision from the strategic ops team and they're translating that to the commissions. The commission is pushing up guidance into the strategic op teams that's then guiding kind of the CEOs for education and understanding exactly what we need from the workforce. So a lot of the people on this team include the upper tier of district leadership, as well as a lot of the HR managers and the people in businesses that really are tied in close to what we need for students to really be successful in their corporations. So again, we've kind of covered most of that. Looking at the focus, and there's been a lot of work already done. The tax focus has been really in 4 areas right now and expanding into that 4th one. Soft skills support has been a big focus. We've done a ton of work with that. The commissions have been great. We've received great feedback from them. The next thing was pathway vetting. So we're making sure that as students progress through that track, for example, the cloud computing track, the IT commissions are going to be looking at that saying, yes, that's the right progressions. You know what, we think students need to move this class back or move this one forward. We think they need to get this credential, not that credential. That's where the pathway vetting piece comes in. So really a lot of the yeoman's work.
Mr. Nikes?
Yes, sir.
I would love to let Mr. Knapp and
yeah, sure.
some of the Miss Ellis and those of us that have been working for this throughout the whole year, just allow them
Yeah.
to come up to just say a few words as we talk a little bit about this.
Absolutely.
Because an important part that we want to make sure everyone knows that our goal has been to align with the needs of our city and state in terms of our labor markets, to be connected to that, as many of our students who graduate from our system usually stay here. So maybe we can have Mr. Knapp
sure thing.
come on up, Miss Ellis, and anyone else that Mr. Knapp has.
Thank you. Adam Knapp, I'm the president and CEO of the Baton Rouge Area Chamber. Thank you for the hearing today. I was really enjoying seeing Mr. Nikes present this, since we've done it so many times. It was nice to hear it from his voice. The long and the short of this, as you've seen on the prior slides, is a commitment we made last year to the district that we would organize as many executives to this work as we could identify across these 5 industry sectors, to be deeply engaged with the district in informing curriculum for this work, both hard skills, soft skills, and a path to what we think is really ultimately a long game to on-the-job learning experiences. What we see as models in other states, in South Carolina and Colorado. We saw in Florida examples of this on a recent trip. And of course, we see this around the world. That real on-the-job experiential learning is ultimately a long path for a high school student to see a practical learning experience. We've seen this as an opportunity, but to get to that, we think there's a lot of hard work to do for businesses to become much more engaged with the district in this conversation about these opportunities for high school students, and potentially down the path, even younger students, if there's a way to do so. So in each of these career tracks, you'll see executives. We're staffing that work with what Ms. Ellis is doing to make sure she's engaging executives, answering questions, helping them get materials, and playing that interconnect role, not just with the EBR school system, but with our community college partners and our 4-year college partners in our community, to bring them into this conversation about how business and education writ large be better aligned as a community. What you saw on the very last slide that was on the screen was the work that we have asked each of these commissions to do. And again, aligned to the Brighter Futures categories, you have health and pre-med. Long-term, it's really going to also include life sciences, a technology track, kind of coding and technology, hardware and software skills. Separately, we see construction and manufacturing as an existing industry strength of the Capital Region, and a lot of engagement across that coalition. The 4th has been in automotive, trade, and logistics, companies that are involved in mechanical work, all the way through to what we expect to see more of with folks like Amazon, with robotics factories that need to have this type of equipment, with teams that understand that work. And then really a category that I think includes an important broad part of our community, which is kind of professional services, engineering services, and small businesses, which we think is encompassed by the liberal arts and management track. And so we've been bringing a lot of companies to the table to give advice about many other opportunities in banking and finance and insurance and that sort of thing. So in those 5 categories, they're all going through what you saw on that last slide, looking at soft skills, looking at hard skills, looking at work-based learning, experiential learning, and approaches to that. So we expect this work to be quarterly, at least for each commission, as well as quarterly for the CEO's group and the Strategic Operations Committee, kind of going through each of those steps with action items that really are driven by the district and our teams to make sure that we're asking them to give valuable input and feedback to the progression of the district. One of our executives is here from Baton Rouge General, has been a part of the leadership team of strategizing this. We may have a couple of others who make it tonight, hopefully to give some remarks as well. But hopefully that answers some questions or gives you some context for the work that we're doing. We have added this, and this is a little bit of a lead-in to something we're going to do later this month, but we're going to be launching a new 5-year strategic plan in a few weeks. In that, you will see our 5-year commitment to this work. We have baked it in and been talking to our business investors about the importance of funding BRAC to make sure we have the capacity to provide this service to the community as well. So we're raising money from the community to make sure we can staff into this work, and we're excited to have that as part of our new 5-year strategy that will be coming out soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And again, I can't really say enough about the businesses that have really reached out and been a part of all of this process. I mean, we're talking dozens upon dozens of people who are spending their own time to help us with this work. And it's been refreshing. I know our team has just truly enjoyed this process and really had a chance to really get great feedback and open really communication that constantly continues throughout the month. And so again, whether it's with the work that has been done at CTEC and all of their partnerships, then tied in with the TAC as well, everything going on there, we have some really great support from businesses in the district, and that is just, it's amazing. And so again, going back to the presentation, one of the things also that we're working on are our work-based experience opportunities, and this is some more work that's really starting from the ground floor up, and so we'll get a chance to kind of talk through that more. But one of the things that's truly important, you'll see in a minute, we do have students in our district who get internship opportunities for credit, but what we don't offer is that to every student. And so again, this is a sea change. This is something that will be a huge moment for students to have many more opportunities for this, and you'll see that in a moment. And then finally, career experience playbooks. As we bring on more partnerships and more businesses who will take on students to really give them these opportunities, the TAC and the commissions are working on giving very clear guidance and supports for those businesses on how they can help us do that. So one of the things we're working on, this is just from our first initial look at this, but the TAC and others are helping us really hone this out, is really coming up with what exactly is a work-based continuum, or experience continuum. And so as you see kind of in this chart, you'll see everything kind of starting even down to kindergarten, first grade, where we're having career exploration opportunities for students. Some of these are already in place. We have counselors at the elementary level who do a great job of this already, but some examples of this are things like our Capital Area Promise school visits to BRCC, LSU, and Southern each year for middle school. We have our EBR Career Days, CTEC Career Days, where students go to that. In fact, we have an elementary school coming very soon to CTEC to visit it as well. And then we also have opportunities for in-person and online site visits. So even using some of our digital and virtual platforms, we have businesses and companies connecting with students at all levels even, to connect with them and kind of say, hey, this is what my business is. This is what our company does. This is an example of my work. And so they're seeing that firsthand, even if they can't get there in person sometimes. Also, we have career exploration classes, which are for credit. And so these push down all the way into middle school, sometimes starting around 7th grade. And that ranges from the STEM for Careers course from LSU to Quest for Success, which is a soft skills and career exploration course. Our JAG courses, even our JRTC courses are really great examples of career exploration courses. We also have job shadowing that we're looking at really ramping up with that 8th through 10th grade year, where students will have opportunities to do job shadowing experience and more one-on-one or small group examples in the businesses. That then moves us into 10th through 12th grade, looking at internships for credit and non-credit. So the internships for non-credit may be a week or two experience at a company, whereas the credit earning one would be if you're doing extended 155 plus hours, things like that. It falls under more regulation that we'll be working hopefully to look at that in the future. And then finally, apprenticeships, which are much more specific job focused. You're earning that credential, getting a capstone, and moving on maybe with the same exact company, getting a job after high school. And so right now in the district, we have about 179 students earning an internship for credit. By the summer, especially at CTEC and through Jumpstart summer programs, we usually get to about 250 students. So again, when you think about 10,000 high school students, okay, 250 is not a lot. And so the idea is we want to get many more students in those experiences. Again, these are for credit, so there's more restrictions on how you do that. But even giving students 2-week, 3-week opportunities for internships could be really a game changer. And so that's something we want to focus on.
One more minute, Mr. Nikkei.
Yes, sir.
No, wrap up and then we'll
Yep.
let the board ask questions.
Yep. And so again, for your reference, this kind of goes into the work-based learning guidelines. So again, it kind of shows how if you're doing this for credit, there are more, things that you have to do, and it requires a lot more contact time, and it's a more robust experience. And then as we kind of wrap up tonight, some of the work that TAC has been doing, and really BRAC's been a great partner with this, is really looking at some of those models outside that are doing this well. So the CareerWise Colorado model, and also Youth Force NOLA, who in conjunction worked with CareerWise to get their version of a workforce experience online. We've been working with both of those groups to really look at bringing that experience in. And so really that's something we're going to have to get off the ground is, that structure and format and staffing to really begin looking at how we expand this in the future. And so really to wrap up and then move on to questions, some of the things that we're going to be doing next is first developing clear pathway progressions for those options for all programs in the Bright Futures pathway. So really starting to make sure we select the right pathways, enough for student choice, but also not try to do too many either. So find that perfect fit for what pathways we need to offer across the board. Also looking at creating those clear off-ramps. So when students, for whatever reason, have to fall a little short of something but can still get a good credential, we want to make sure we build that out. The next is really beginning to fund and expand that work-based experience model in the entire parish or region. And then again, if you would like more information, and I can get it to you digitally, but our EBR workforce development team dashboard has a lot of great data that goes back historically to look at the industry-based credentials and different things that students have earned and the work that we've done moving up to this point.
Thank you, Mr. Nikkei. Mr. Gode has a question or comment.
Great.
Yes, I think these are going to be mostly for Ms. Levantino, so she can come up here. We have a lot of parents who express some angst going into this, particularly parents of 8th grade students coming into this. So could you, I have a series of questions related to that. Could you talk about when the course catalog will be done so that parents can look at the course catalog and understand what all the different courses will be?
So the course catalog was constructed by the Division of Academics. It is currently completed. They are going through pre-scheduling huddles right now with the principals. So they're going through that information with them so they can prepare the documents necessary to get out to the parents. So you're probably looking around February to where they'd have access to the link.
Thank you.
It's digital.
Okay. And one of the questions that has come up continually is the students who are struggling coming into this, and how are we going to work with the students who, say, don't have a mastery in some of these courses as they come into dual enrollment? How were the dual enrollment courses determined as to which ones would be? So can you talk about that in general, please?
Okay, so to address the first concern regarding students that are not, quote, on level, The 9th and 10th grade sequences for students are actually built in to have an intervention course for those students to be able to support them along the way. Because the idea is if you can intervene along the way opposed to remediate, you have an opportunity to intervene earlier and to deal with some of those deficits. The second piece of that actually ties into the first. So the courses that were selected to be dual enrolled were actually based on a list developed by the state. So the state issues course codes for particular courses. Those courses have the DE course codes, and they actually map to some of your higher level DE courses in the cases of English and math. So a lot of the concern comes around your English and math courses because those are the areas in which most parents and school personnel look in terms of literacy and numeracy. So there are no DE courses that map to those initial English 1, English 2, algebra, and geometry courses. So you'd see a lot of those particular courses happening on the back end, which then gives us an opportunity at the 9th and 10th grade level in those intervention blocks to be able to build those skills prior to the students entering those DE courses at the later point.
And some of the specific questions I've gotten, and I don't know if it was just from the example that was put up, but some parents are concerned that, say, for instance, freshmen will not be able to take band or art or anything like that. Is that, could you address that, please?
Yes, sir. So the course prescription that you see is actually a general sample because, as you know, students come in with different courses or different specifications and different criteria or circumstances. So that being the case where you see some areas like there's some slashing happening there, like you could take this course or this course in this space, that is where the students have the flexibility to do those things. So you still have, even with the prior prescription, you had 4 core courses for your English, math, science, and social studies that were required. Of course, your PE happens there as well. So that leaves you 3 courses aside from the intervention course, which we are prescribing because we like students to be able to work through that piece. You have 2 other course spaces where you can manage band or art or music.
So if you don't need the intervention course, if you're on level, so you have 3, so it's really no change from what you have today for electives for band and all those sorts of things.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that a
There's
correct
no
statement?
change.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to ask was, hang on just a second. Oh, my computer died. So the students, there has been a lot of questions, and I think we've come around and done a lot of work on clarifying this because I think at first there was a misconception on the district part around the acceptability of dual enrollment courses and the ability to drop or add. And I'm going to say what I think I understand, and please confirm if that's correct. Now, if you take a course that's a dual enrollment course, and you don't want that course to count as dual enrollment, that decision needs to be made by the drop date of the university or the academic institution that is providing the dual enrollment course. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir. Students have the opportunity to withdraw from the course.
So they would withdraw from the dual enrollment course by the drop date, not after they get the grade. They withdraw from the dual enrollment course at the drop date, and at that time, from that time forward, the course would still be the same, but they would be taking it for high school credit only.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if a parent says, I don't want my student taking any dual enrollment courses, and it's in the sequence for them to have a dual enrollment course, they would be in the dual enrollment setting, but the activity that the grades and things they would get would only be for high school credit. No dual enrollment considered. Is that correct?
It would not reflect on their college transcript. The goal is to ensure that students have access to the coursework.
Okay. And lastly, then I'll turn it over to some others. I've had many people say that this is going to be trying to get rid of AP classes. And if you go through all of the list, there's lots of AP classes.
Lots.
And I think the only, I'm going to say what I think and tell me if I'm correct. The only difference here is going to be dual enrollment will be offered as an alternative, and that the demand will determine how many AP classes there are versus dual enrollment classes based upon what choices parents and students make.
Yes, and then also bear in mind dual enrollment classes and AP classes only map to certain classes.
Correct.
So they're not available at every level.
Right.
So wherever they were available previously, you'd still have that option.
Correct. So there'll still be a lot of traditional classes occurring.
Yes. They're not DE or AP options for all classes.
Right. Okay. I think that's all of my questions for now. I'll pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godet. Ms. Dyson.
Yes, kind of to piggyback on Mr. Goday's question. So the university or technical college or whatever has a drop date. And how will we make sure that all parents realize that drop date and act upon it? You know, how can we support that choice?
So currently at the pilot situation, that information is already marketed out as a part of the packaging in terms of what it is you're doing. So there's a calendar that incorporates that piece. So in terms of when you're asking us to how you would know when that date comes up, it's calendared.
It's almost like I wish that we could somehow put into the system that you have to opt for this one to have it included or to not have it included. So we would know which parents have not responded to either. Is there any way that we can think through
We can look into that.
because then we would know and we could be aggressive in that contact to those specific ones who had not opted for either. And they didn't miss a deadline.
We can look into that.
The other thing is, once they get registered into the course, so will they have this ability right out the gate to just go ahead and opt? Sure. I mean, it's not like you got to wait till this certain date you can just go into it with.
So students are getting
preference.
access to the coursework. So in terms of the credit, yes, you have that flexibility.
You can go ahead right then and say no.
Yes.
Or you can wait till closer to the drop date and see what your
See how
grades
it's-
are
yeah.
looking like.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then I noticed that that we talk about 2 credit course, like courses that are worth 2 credits
Is this in reference to the internship
Yes.
courses? Okay.
versus at a university, it would be 3 credits for an internship.
Yeah, one of the things that you're going to see is for the internship, we're talking about 2 Carnegie units at the high school level.
Okay.
So in certain courses, you can earn multiple credits, especially in your career tech courses, where you're actually double blocking a course or doing more hours than what you would in a regular class. So you can get 2 credits instead of 1. And you'll see in our career tech progressions, especially the college courses, they require like lab pieces where you're doing hands-on work and classroom work. So it might be like a 5 credit course. So it just depends on the pathway you take. Yes, ma'am.
And then, Mr. Nikes, so it looks to me like we've had this mindset in our district about STEM or STEAM. And it seems to me that when we look then at the pathways, that really STEM is kind of being divided up. Is that an accurate description?
I would think if you actually look across that whole continuum of the Bright Futures pathway, actually STEM's just about integrated in everything. I mean, if we're looking, for example, like at
Right.
the associates in business with, logistics, we're talking about robotics, we're talking about conveyor belts, so really you're starting to see whether it's in IT, whether it's in construction, we're seeing STEM integrated throughout all of our pathways now.
That's really what I had noticed somewhere where I had seen it, was that, a school may currently be involved with and offering things that would fall, like you're saying, robotics would fall under technology,
Correct.
but yet they also have sports management or sports.
Sports medicine or
Medicine,
something. Right.
sports medicine.
Right.
And so,
I think probably maybe the answer to that question would be the things you're referring to really may be classes, not necessarily entire pathways.
Right.
Or they may be a class that leads to a credential, whereas like sports medicine could be then integrated into a piece that leads to a certain technical diploma or something, that can give you more college credits, but then gives you a credential in a certain area. Or like that robotics class could fit into the logistics pathway because robotics are involved in some of the logistics courses.
so how will we keep robotics at a good many of our high schools now?
They could be one of the classes that you take in some of those pathway progressions.
But what if that school doesn't opt for the technology pathway, but say they opt for the health?
Again,
And
I think
robotics is
right.
in surgeries and everything.
Right, absolutely. And I think our high schools have had a lot of flexibility, and really it also falls back on staffing. You need someone who's going to teach that
Exactly.
course. So it's not so much that they're going to opt in or out of one pathway or all. I think as we build this out, we're going to see there are going to be schools that are going to have a bigger focus in certain areas because they traditionally have either the staffing or the students to do that. And so again, I think that's something we're going to have to explore as we build out. When we spoke about the specific pathways that we really want to offer, what's a common sense progression for schools to do that? And so I don't necessarily think we'll be taking away anything, but we may be building it to be more intentional to get you to a more higher credential or an exit degree.
And so we can offer both pathways, robotics in the medical, robotics in the technology,
It would
all
just-
under one roof?
Right. It would be part of either an intentional part of a progression that makes sense, or it could be an elective too. So students still have some electives that they may take. Again, a lot of this is further down the very specific course progression parts, which we haven't gotten to. But I don't foresee us just saying we're going to stop doing these classes because, again, they fit in so many different areas.
So we're going to be intentional in making sure that, for this example, we get that robotics to be under both the medical and the technology pathway, so that whichever pathway that child opts for,
Right.
they can do that.
Right. And again, because
And not as an elective, but as a course going towards their
Right.
pathway.
And some of this is also because we're seeing it so much more integrated. A great example is at CTEC. We have students who are doing computer programming. We have students who are doing logistics. They're doing conveyor belts. The computer programming kids would ultimately might be the ones who are programming the conveyor belt. The students who are doing that may also leak over and learn programming because they're in the logistics class.
Right.
So again, you're starting to see a whole lot of walls come down, and you're seeing a lot of these industries connect to STEM regardless.
And we saw that in Miami,
Right.
where under one roof you would be having the different kind of modalities of that experience.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. Before I go to Ms. Ware Jackson, just want to point out that we had set aside an hour for this. I want everybody to get their questions answered, but I just wanted to, with the weather coming in, I just wanted to make everybody aware of the time constraints. And having said that, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Chapman. I'll try to be brief. We've got three little areas here. I want to get a little bit information about funding. Right now, we're funded through ESSER, and when we continue this, what's going to be the funding source? So if you can handle that, then I'll ask about the Glen Oaks pilot.
Yeah, we've been working with the ESSER fund. We're also working we're going to work with the state as well, and also there's funding coming in that way. So that's where currently our funds will be coming from.
From the state for the continuation.
Yes.
And around the pilot at Glen Oaks, we started this pilot this semester. I'm sorry, we're already in January. We started it last year, and at the luncheon there was a student that spoke. But I want to know about, how has it ended up what are we looking like as far as success rates for the students that did it at Glen Oaks for the whole semester?
Ms. Levatino?
Good evening again. Okay, so we already set in place some quarterly check-ins for those students, so we have that data. I think Dr. Narcisse shared in the last board meeting, the COW, that Glen Oaks students actually, as a ninth grade cohort, ranked 4th in the district for being on track for graduation, for matriculation. So that's a high point to note because it communicates the idea that when you're looking even at those dual enrollment courses that they were taking and were engaged in, it did not greatly impact them in terms of matriculation efforts. But if you would like a full form or presentation of the metrics that we look at for that pilot, we can get that to you.
What I'm really asking is about like a percentage of.
Yes. So about there's above 90% of the students have passed their courses in the ninth grade, first-time ninth graders at Glen Oaks High School.
Okay, above 90%. Okay, that's pretty good. And one last thing around Senate Bill 214 and Act 458. Do you know how us moving into this type of learning relates to what's in that bill?
Yeah, so we've been, again, as Mr. Nikkei shared, we've been working on this for almost a year on this work, which included the state as well, and we're in conversations a lot with the Board of Regents. As you know, in 2025, their goal is to ensure that dual enrollments moved across the state, and so we have been working really hard to stay in hand-in-hand with them in that process.
Yeah, as far as, students and parents having to sign off on certain courses. So that's what I'm concerned about as far as what that bill says now, and if we move into it this coming year, and those things are still in place, will we have any roadblocks?
So as you can imagine, we were, Commissioner Kim Reed, the head of Regents, was actually with us when we presented this, as well as their board of directors. The goal is that they'd like to make sure that the whole state moves towards this and increase dual enrollment courses in the state of Louisiana. So we do not anticipate that.
Because they want to move in this direction.
Absolutely.
As well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ware-Jackson. Vice President Collins.
Okay, the courses, they take the dual enrollment course. So, okay, let me just state some concerns without actually putting a question for the sake of time. I'm not confident in the intervention that is currently being received by students in regular grade work. Much less will I have confidence in intervention for college level coursework for those that need it. I also have concern around college level curriculum. Yes, the parent may, and I use the word may, based on seeing different college requirements, etc. A parent may be able to choose not to have that on their college transcript, but the at-level high school student taking a course with college level curriculum still has the consequence of that lower grade on their high school transcript, when if they would have been taking a high school level course with high school curriculum, may have performed better because that is their level. My question is, how much money, and I've asked this question already, and I would like to see publicly some money numbers, because curriculum is not board wheelhouse, but money is. How much money is this going to cost, and at what point will the board be asked to vote on the money? And that's all my questions. Thank you.
We can provide you with the information on the cost Vice President Collins.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Ms. Bernard.
I'm looking at the 5 industry-specific commissions on slide 12, and I see construction and manufacturing includes industrial and commercial construction, chem, petro, and light non-industrial manufacturing. And then I jump over to liberal arts and management, and I see engineering over there. And I'm just very, very confused because in my mind, civil, computer, electrical, chemical, petroleum, industrial, and mechanical all go under construction and manufacturing. So can we just move engineering out of liberal arts? Because it's definitely not liberal arts. It's manufacturing.
We can look at that, Ms. Bernard. We actually work with the chamber and the different groups on that with their CEOs, and so, but we could take a look at that. That shouldn't be a problem. Mr. Knapp is here.
And then under technology, you could put electrical and computer engineering, but they could go in either one. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. Mr. Goday.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm double dipping, but I'll try to be quick. One of the things I'd like to make sure that we do, particularly if you go back and look at the MOU that we have with BRCC, there are a lot of detail about which teachers could be certified that are currently EBR teachers that could be certified to teach the dual enrollment course. And I would hope that we are very proactive in working with BRCC and our current staff of teachers to get as many of those teachers certified to teach the dual enrollment course as we can. So I hope that's a very proactive. You don't need to answer that. I'm just saying I hope we're very proactive in doing that. And secondly, change is always difficult, and we have a lot of parents who their children are their most important asset. Asset's not the right word. Their children is their most important thing that they have in their life. And I fully respect that, and I'm the same with my own children. And there's going to be a lot of questions coming out, particularly as we go through some of these changes, and questions that impact the future successes of the students. So and I imagine we're going to have an overwhelming number of questions coming out, very specific to an individual student or that sort of stuff. How will we as a district try to respond to those parents to let them know, whether they agree or disagree, at least to let them know what the answers are to their questions? Because, just now we talked about, I had people telling me there was going to be no band for 9th graders. Well, that's not true. So there's a lot of misinformation out there, but a lot of really valid questions that they would like to get answers to. So I would just like to know how we're going to go about doing that in a timely manner.
Yeah, our goal, we are planning to put a web portal up on our website where any parent can go in and ask questions, and then we can be able to respond to that in a process. Our goal is to get that up and running by tomorrow with the delay and everything. It might actually be up now, is that correct? It's actually up right now, and it's on the front page, correct, Amy? It's actually up right now on the front page, and so anyone can put any question in there, and our goal will be to get responses immediately.
And will it be like, if you answer for one parent, will that answer show up so other parents maybe have the same question, they can already see that answer?
Yes, okay. One of the major things is we've noticed that, some of the questions have been similar, so we'll have a process on grouping them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I just want to thank Mr. Nikes and Ms. Levantino for outstanding presentation. Appreciate it. And I think you provided us with a lot of really good information. So with that, I will end.
Just one last thing. We will have town halls or information sessions that we plan on doing 6 of them in February. We were supposed to do them in January, but with the Omicron variant, we had to push that back. But we wanted to make sure that those dates will be up on our website. We'll be going to each of our regions across the city to be able to have conversations, and also have partners such as the Chancellor of BRCC, the Commissioner of Regions, for those that make decisions to be there with us as we talk through this. We've been working on this for almost a year now, and so I think it'll be important for our families to hear directly from them as well as we answer their questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Blue moves we adjourn the workshop. Before I call the other meeting into order, we need a couple of people from outside the cadet. Lieutenant Colonel. We have a special seat for you. All right. They're coming.
So I put it on the Pathways to Bright Futures is right under the order
As soon as I get as soon. I need April. Okay.
Huh? Oh,
I need, oh, yeah. Yeah, would everybody please log out of Board Docs and re-log into the correct meeting? I mean, board members, y'all can too. I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board for Thursday, January 20th, 2022. Would like to read some notices. The public will be allowed to attend at a reduced rate of 50% capacity of the central office board meeting room space. Once the capacity has been reached, admission into the meeting space will be closed. All audience members are required to wear masks at all times. Masks will be available upon request. The regular board meeting scheduled for January 20th, 2022 at 5 p.m. will be streamed live via YouTube. A link to watch the meeting can be found on board docs located on the school board's website. A period for written comment will be provided before the meeting as well as before each action item is taken by the board on an agenda item. Individuals wishing to make public comment about any of the posted action items will need to click on the agenda item in board docs and submit via the highlighted public comment hyperlink on the agenda item details. Online comments are available for public review. I would like to ask for you all to silence your cell phones. We're going to begin with an invocation to be led by Board Member Jill Dyson, and our cadet is going to be introduced by Colonel Fulton Johnson. Please rise.
join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support. Help us engage in meaningful discussion. Allow us to grow closer as a board and help us to nurture the bonds of our school communities. Help us to continue to grow our educational partnerships with an increased passion for and dedication to our work. We pray, Lord, for every child, those with learning challenges and those who are soaring to new heights without limitations on their full capabilities. We pray for our teachers, paras, and educational leaders across the district as we together maintain our dedication to the work of increasing lifelong opportunities for all students through our current challenges. Lord, we ask for the joy of learning to be restored to students who are discouraged by their progress. We ask for the joy of teaching to be restored within our educators across the district. We pray that they feel our high admiration, appreciation, and support. We pray for all of our schools to be places of great discovery, adventure, respect, and creativity. In your holy name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. We'll be led by the Pledge of Allegiance. Colonel Johnson, you want to introduce our cadet?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Tatman, Board President, Dr. Narcisse, Superintendent of Schools, and board members, it is my distinct honor to introduce an outstanding JROTC student from Terra High School to you today. He is currently the Supply and Logistics Officer and also the Commander of Bravo Company in the JROTC Battalion. He's also a member of the Trojan Explosion Band and the co-captain of the Trojan Strong Air Rifle Team. He is a District Leadership Student of the Year for 2022, and he holds the rank of Captain and a GPA of 3.8. Upon graduation in school year 2023, he plans to attend Southern University and major in civil engineering, join the U.S. Marine Corps as an officer, and get his commission as a second lieutenant, and his ambition is to become a F-35 fighter pilot. He is the son of Tarika and Gerald Brady. Ladies and gentlemen, here to lead us in the pledge, I present to you Cadet Captain Quincy Brady from Terra High School.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You all may be seated.
Captain Brady, thank you for being here. Congratulations on all your hard work. We're so proud of you and everything that you're doing, and we're looking forward to you defending our nation as a fighter pilot. You can buzz us sometime. This is a superintendent's medal on behalf of the superintendent and all of the board members. We want to thank you, congratulate you, and tell you to keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir.
Awesome. We now move to item B2, roll call. Item B2, roll call. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
District 9, President Tatman.
Present.
District 4, Vice President Collins.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 3, Mr. Howard.
Present.
District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Present.
District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Present.
We have a quorum. We move now to item C1, approval of the school board minutes of the December 16th, 2021 regular board meeting, the January 13th, 2022 special board meeting, and the January 13th, 2022 committee of the whole meeting as published in the official journal. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Howard, seconded by Ms. Ware Jackson. Seeing no questions or comments on the minutes from the board, we go to the audience. Are there any comments from the audience on the minutes? Seeing none, back to the board. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. Sorry.
Yeah, you're up.
The motion carries.
Minutes are approved. We move now to item D1, Student of the Year, recognition of the 2022 East Baton Rouge Parish School System Student of the Year. Dr. Robinson's going to handle this for us?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Robinson.
Good evening, President Tatman, Vice President, Madame Collins, to the board members, and to Dr. Narcisse, Superintendent. Every year, schools select deserving students to represent their schools as Student of the Year. Each school goes through a rigorous process of submitting a portfolio which is judged and critiqued. The top finalists of 5th, 8th, and 12th grades are chosen, and students complete a writing prompt and participate in an in-person interview, which is judged as well. Scores are tabulated, and winners are chosen to hold the title of East Baton Rouge Parish Student of the Year. These winners will represent our district in regionals. If one of these students is chosen at the regional level, he or she will complete the state's title of Louisiana Student of the Year. Please help me to congratulate our district winners, and I will call them in order, and when you come, you can come into the circular area here. First one is Adeline Guidry. She's the Elementary School Student of the Year from Westdale Heights, Academic Magnet. Jalen Tolliver, District Charter Elementary School Student of the Year from Inspire Charter Academy. Grace Ding, Middle School Student of the Year from Glasgow Middle. Wolfgang Varese, District Charter Middle School Student of the Year from Inspire Charter Academy. He's not here tonight, but let's give him a round of applause anyway. And Victoria Williams, High School Student of the Year from Baton Rouge Magnet High School. Let's once again congratulate our scholars, our students of the year, please. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Thank you very much for your outstanding work. You have the appreciation of all of us here on the board. Thank you very much.
And I'm just going to say on behalf of the school board and superintendent, congratulations to these students of the year. You guys did a great job. Great job.
Let's give them a hand again.
Awesome.
Hold
One more.
on.
Congratulations. Congratulations to all of you. The best part of our meetings. We now move to item D2, recognition of the 2022 East Baton Rouge Parish School System's Teacher of the Year. Dr. Lashley.
Good evening. Just down a little bit.
Good evening.
President Tadman, Vice President Collins, board members, Dr. Narcisse. I am Barbara Lashley, your Chief of Literacy, and on this wintry evening, I have the distinct pleasure to introduce to you the East Baton Rouge Parish Teachers of the Year. I just wanted to say that as we honor and acknowledge the immeasurable dedication of our teachers and honorees, we recognize that teachers play a critical role in influencing our students' personalities and shaping their future. They provide really the solid foundation for our students, and so we want to thank them for that. I would also like to thank, first of all, also the Office of the Human Resources for putting together the selection committee. And we're proud of that tonight. And I'd like to ask Ms. Carrie LaRose, who is from the Office of Human Resources, that's going to assist me in giving the honorees their awards. So let's get started. We have tonight Ms. Carlisle Gongora. She is a 6th-year pre-K teacher in EBR from Villa Del Rey Elementary School.
That's yours.
Okay, she believes that young children need to construct their own knowledge and understand the world around them through discovery. We have next Miss Morgan Merriman. Miss Merriman may not be here tonight. She wasn't able to join us, but please let's give her a hand.
Where's she from?
Miss Casey Walker, Buchanan Elementary School. She serves as a teacher of the instructional area for 4th grade gifted students, and she is also the grade level chair. Miss Walker. I'd like to also mention Ms. Walker has 15 years of service in EBR. I think that's the same. Ms. Kelly McGrill works with 6th through 8th grade students while implementing individual educational plans with fidelity. Ms. McGrill has created also community within her own school. Ms. McGrill. Thank you. Ms. Kyra Allen, who is a teacher at Belfair Middle Montessori Magnet School. She is here. Great. All right. All right. Ms. Allen has 14 years of experience here in EBR and currently serves as a 6th and 7th grade teacher there. She serves on the Teacher Advisory Council as well. Thank you, Ms. Allen. Ms. Tanya Dargan serves as a social study teacher at Scotlandville Middle. Is she here? Okay, great. All right. So she also feels, this is her mantra, people do not care what you know until they know how much you care. So thank you for your service. Dr. Carla Miguez, and I hope that I'm pronouncing that right. She is an English 2 teacher at Baton Rouge Magnet High. Mr. Andrew Holmes, a veteran teacher of students 9th through 12th grade at Astruma High School. I don't believe he's able to join us tonight, but let's give him a round of applause.
He's here.
Is he here? Yay, all right. We also have Miss Claudesia, I knew I would mess up the names, although I practiced. Claudesia Wyatt, who is from McKinley Senior High School. She currently serves as in her 6th year as an English teacher there at McKinley Senior High School, and she has also served an 8th grade teacher there at McKinley High School. Let's give her a round of applause as well. I give to you our 2021-22 Teachers of the Year.
On behalf of myself and the superintendent and the president of the board and the entire board, all kinds of love and thanks and appreciation, and we're going to come give you your medals.
For Baton Rouge High. Go Bulldogs.
Is Mayfair down there? Nobody, no, Mayfair didn't make it. Mayfair is not here.
Can't go without one. Everybody has one?
Okay. Yeah, Mayfair didn't come.
Line up for a picture.
The ugly people in the back.
They resemble that. He did, but we can just keep them in case we need any. Congratulations to all of you and good luck in the next step. We move now to item D3, recognition of the 2022 East Baton Rouge Parish School System's Principals of the Year. Dr. Williams.
Good evening, President Tapman, Vice President Collins, board members, and Dr. Narcisse. I am Sharon Williams, your Chief of Schools. This evening, I have the distinct pleasure of introducing to you the East Baton Rouge Parish School System Principals of the Year. These school leaders are being recognized as the best of the best and highly respected by their colleagues, staff members, and district office team. As we embarked on this challenge, our sense of appreciation grew out of the insurmountable challenges these school leaders have faced as we enter our third year of a global pandemic. In pursuit of nominating the best candidates, we closely modeled the Louisiana Department of Education application process and requirements to measure our talented leaders amongst the best talent in the state. To initiate the process, educators and stakeholders within the community were able to nominate principals. We gathered those submissions and consulted with the executive directors of school leadership representing each region. The executive directors examined the pool of candidates and advanced applicants who demonstrated the vision, practice, and precision of implementation that are at the core of the EBR cornerstones and strategic plan. The portfolios that these candidates submitted included a resume, 2 recent years of student success data, up to 3 letters of recommendation, responses to 2 written reflection questions and 1 video prompt, a very rigorous process. After meeting those necessary prerequisites, the scoring committee assessed the depth of work, reach, and influence within the community and their ability to articulate a vision for their prospective schools, communities, and constituencies, as well as establish innovative practices around structures and resources with close adherence to building a social emotional infrastructure to meet the competing demands placed on teachers, students, and families. Each of our district honorees may advance to the state level, where they once again will submit their credentials to be considered for the State Principal of the Year. I am now pleased to introduce our Principals of the Year. Our first honoree is our Elementary School Principal of the Year, Erica B. Aguilard. Ms. Aguilard submits her favorite quote, Ms. Aguilard, "What makes us different is what makes us beautiful." Erica Blackmore Aguilard is the principal of River Oaks Elementary School in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Her passion for diversity and literacy has played a crucial role in the shaping of her inclusive campus. Ms. Aguilard's journey in education began as a first grade teacher before she became a technology facilitator, reading coach, assistant principal, and principal. For 7 years, she served as an assistant principal of an elementary school with a sizable population of English language learners. Ms. Aguilar's vision of an inclusive school where everyone feels loved helped move the school's performance score from a D to a C. In 2015, Aguilar was named principal of River Oaks with inclusiveness and literacy as her focus. There was an 8-point gain in the school's performance score that year. Under Ms. Aguilar's leadership, River Oaks was also recognized for receiving an A in progress in 2018. And in 2019, it received excellent rating for its pre-K program. We appreciate your leadership, Ms. Aguillard. And a personal anecdote concerning Ms. Aguillard. The evening that Dr. Narcisse and I were to notify the candidates, Ms. Aguillard was nowhere to be found. She was still at school. I think it was 5:30 or 6 the day before winter break, and we had a search committee looking for Ms. Aguillard because her phone was dead and her secretary had to run back to the school and find her. But we did find her, and she was very appreciative of the honor. So thank you, Ms. Aguilar, for your service.
Thank you.
Our middle school principal of the year is Ms. Raquel Matoyer Brown. Ms. Brown's quote, "I believe in inclusion, diversity, love, and learning." Ms. Brown is the principal of Woodlawn Middle School in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Her passion is to create a thriving, caring, and inclusive school community and wholeheartedly believes our diversity is our strength. Ms. Brown has served as an educator for 28 years. Ms. Brown was a former Teacher of the Year and Teacher of the Year finalist for the EBR Parish School System. Ms. Brown's disciplined approach as a band and orchestra director brought 13 groups to state competition. Ms. Brown crowns her significant achievement is mentoring new leaders. And a personal anecdote about Ms. Brown. When I visited Woodlawn Middle School, I forgot to put on my principal shoes. And Ms. Brown, as you all know, according to her biography, is a very disciplined leader. And we went on a speed walk around Woodlawn Middle School that would rival any band director in the state. So I really appreciate your leadership. Thank you for your service to our students. Finally, our high school principal of the year is Ms. Sherwanda Johnson. Ms. Johnson's favorite quote, "In order to enter the brain of a child, you must first enter their heart. It is there. The keys to the whole child are stored." Ms. Johnson is the principal of EBR's Superintendent's Academy in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Her passion is to change the perception of alternative education and shine the spotlight on students' academic success and the road to graduation. In 2013, Mrs. Johnson opened Greenville Superintendent's Academy, where students who were 2 or more grade levels behind were able to accelerate a grade level within one school year. Ms. Johnson led the way for her middle school students to earn high school Carnegie units in order to ensure her students were back on track for academic success and on the road to graduation. Ms. Johnson is a champion for the least of those scholars and holds very dearly her role in supporting them. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Let's all congratulate and celebrate our principals of the year.
I just want to congratulate Ms. Aguillard. If anybody ever has a chance, especially any parents that want to visit River Oaks Elementary, it's got a terrific atmosphere there, and Ms. Aguillard has a lot to do with that. Very welcoming atmosphere. So, congratulations.
And I want to express our appreciation to all of you for going the extra yard. Thank you for being the leaders that you are and mentor leaders as you mentor others to grow in their profession. Thank you so much, and a big shout out for Woodlawn Middle School, Ms. Brown, but to all of you.
On behalf of the superintendent and school board, congratulations for your work, job well done, especially in the middle of a pandemic and all the things that you as educators and school leaders have gone through. We appreciate your service. We appreciate the tough decisions that you've had to make to continue to serve our district. So congratulations and best of luck the rest of the school year.
Congratulations and good luck on the rest of your journey. I know you'll represent East Baton Rouge proud. We now move to item D4, recognition of Pat Shingleton with Pat's Coats for Kids, which provides coats to our students and our school district. Ms. Brazier.
Good evening, everyone. President Tatman, Vice President Collins, board members, and Dr. Narcisse. I'm Tirza Brazier, Director of Counseling. I am honored to recognize Mr. Pat Shingleton, who is probably familiar to most of you. He has supported our school district with Pat's Coats for Kids by providing many students the opportunity to warm up with brand new coats in December. This is a great partnership and a phenomenal act of kindness with Mr. Pat Shingleton through Pat's Coats for Kids and our school counselors for almost 30 years. Our students, families, and school counselors are so grateful and thankful, and we look forward to the continuous great work and for Distribution Day 2022. So I present to you Mr. Pat Shingleton.
All those kind words, I was afraid the Ravenhurst boys were coming in the court. I think the success of any campaign is because you have just some great pieces of the puzzle coming together. I could not do this without the great assistance from principals and counselors and guidance counselors and teachers. They are the first ones that we contact to do this campaign, and they are there with me as well when we do distribution days. Tirza was, and Dr. Narcisse and I got to share notes about the great city of Pittsburgh and the Pirates and the Steelers. But it was a day in which, coming over, it was so cold, I remembered back, there was one day, and Tirza, you probably remember, it was a Friday before, and gosh, we got this incredible snowstorm, shut the town down, so we couldn't do the distribution. But the school counselors were there to pick the coats up on the following Monday. And Mayor President Sharon Broom, she said, you know, Pat, it's an institution. And I think when you have an institution, it incorporates a lot of components in that. So I cannot do it without the teachers, without the counselors, without the students. And to have a warm coat on a day like today and tomorrow, pretty special to those babies. Thank you. I just wish that I start the day with a message and I end it. Wouldn't it be nice to lead all the newscasts in this town with the great recognitions we're occurring here tonight? Thank you for the work that you do, and thank you. We're there for you. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Well, Mr. Singleton.
How are you?
It's nice to see you.
Hey, you were a little late for the meeting.
I was. They're pretty used to that by now. But let me just say this. You're like the Baton Rouge Walter Cronkite.
Oh, thank you.
We love you. You're revered. Everything you do for our community and for our students. On behalf of our board and our board leadership and our superintendent, we present you with this medal, and thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thanks for what you're doing there.
Absolutely. Thank you.
There you go. Yes. Yep, they want to squeeze in tight. Okay, there we go. Find a window. One.
That was for Pat. Hey, Pat, don't leave. Just a second. I just wanted to give you a special thanks, for all of these years doing this. And, I was at Channel 2 when we started this, and we didn't think it was going to be, we knew it was a big deal, but we didn't know, we had no idea that it would go on for so long, and we've blessed so many children throughout the years with this. So I just wanted to say thank you. And every time I see you, I think about We Play Baton Rouge and spinning that wheel. Yep.
That was a high-rated production.
It certainly was. So thank you. You're such a joy.
Thank you. Everybody have a great weekend.
Thank you, Pat. We move now to item D5, recognition of the annual Giving Employee Campaign winners. Is Ms. Sarsfield? Yeah. Mr. Noel.
Good evening. We're here today. We have representatives from the Capital Area United Way and the Foundation are here to thank all the employees of the East Baton Rouge Parish School District for contributing to this year's annual campaign. This year we were able to raise over $12,000, and since we really didn't get to properly recognize the campaign from last year due to COVID, the total is up over around $30,000 for both years. So again, we appreciate all the employees that participated in the campaign, and especially during the COVID years and with the recent hurricane. Here with us today, representing the Capital Area United Way, are George Bell, Amy Shortis, I'm going to mispronounce this, but here we go. Kruzilak, Diane Drake.
I think that's fine.
With the foundation, we have Kathleen Sarsfield to my left. And then we also have representatives from the Dufrock School, Principal Arian St. Julian, and the campaign coordinator for the school, Margaret Gordon. And we also have another representative from the Child Nutrition Program, Felicia Barnes. We'd like to, every year we give out 2 incentive awards, and the winner of those awards this year for the 2021 Annual Giving Award is awarded to the school that provides the most combined support per capita. And for the 3rd year in a row, that it belongs to Dufrock Elementary. And the quote on the trophy is from Winston Churchill, and it states, "We make a living by what we get. We make a life by what we give." So thank you, Dufrock, for your participation and for winning that award again. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Why don't y'all stay right there? We'll get
Go
Dr.
Ducks.
Narcisse and Miss Ware Jackson to come down for a picture. Okay.
Our second award is for those who participate and give over a certain amount to the foundation. They get their name in a drawing for a prize. The recipient of the individual award this year goes to Felicia Barnes with the Child Nutrition Program.
This year's prize was an Apple Watch.
Ooh, that'll motivate people.
Congratulations.
So again, thank you to all the employees that participated, and also thank you to both the foundation and the Capital Area United Way for the work you do in the community. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Okay, so we move now to standalone items, E1, and I will turn the gavel over to Superintendent Narcisse.
Okay. I will now open the floor for nomination for the office of the President of the Board. Are there any? Yes.
I would like to nominate Mr. Tatman for president. No, it doesn't.
Okay. Are there any other nominations?
I move we close nominations.
There was a motion to close nominations in a second.
Okay.
So we'll take comments from the board first.
Comments from the board? All right, there's no comments from the audience? No comments from the audience. Back to the board. Madam Secretary. Sorry, I'm so used to saying Vice President. Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote.
It's roll call.
No, this is just a closed
Oh,
nominations.
you're correct. The two parliamentarians don't know what they're doing. You really only need the gavel if something gets out of hand. Okay.
The motion carries. All right, we will now call roll.
Conduct a roll call.
Conduct a roll call vote, sorry. For President Tatman as president. District 1, Mr. Blue.
What are my options again?
Limited.
Mr. Tatman.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Tatman.
District 3, Mr. Howard.
Mr. Tatman.
District 4, Ms. Collins.
Tatman?
District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Tatman.
District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Tatman.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Tatman.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Tatman.
District 9, Mr. Tatman.
And what are my options? It was better when he said it. Tatman.
Unanimous, Mr. Tatman.
All right, I will open the floor for nominations for the office of Vice President. Are there any nominations?
Ms. Collins.
Are there any other nominations?
I move nominations be closed.
I second.
I move the nomination, seconded by Ms. Dyer. Lannis and Collins.
Lannis and Collins. Collins and Lannis. Collins and Lannis.
Sounds like a law firm.
Law firm.
Comments from the board? Okay, comments from the audience? Back to the board. Yes, Board Member Jackson?
Thank you, Dr. Narcisse. I believe both of these candidates are viable candidates. I just would prefer to see the sitting board leadership still in place, just for a little continuity. And this time goes by so quickly. You know, as soon as you get in the seat, it's just about over. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? All right. Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
This is to close nominations. Please vote. Yeah, this is to close. Ms. Ward Jackson. Is she not voting? The motion carries. All right, roll call vote. Mr. Blue.
Ms. Collins?
Mr. Lannis.
Collins.
Mr. Howard.
Collins.
Ms. Collins.
Collins.
Ms. Ware Jackson.
Collins.
Ms. Dyson.
Lannis.
Mr. Gode.
Lannis.
Ms. Bernard.
Collins.
Mr. Tapman.
Collins.
Ms. Collins wins by 7.
Thank you. And thank you, colleague Lannis. I appreciate that.
You have to swear in, right?
Conduct the oath of,
Yeah, we just need a minute to do swearing in. And I didn't have the right screen up, and Miss Bernard would like to make a comment.
I just wanted to thank both of you and say that I have every faith in this board, and I see this board working together in such a way that I haven't seen in a while, and I'm very encouraged. And Mr. Lannis, I wish I had known in advance. I was I didn't know what was going on here tonight, and I committed to Ms. Collins, and I have every faith in both of you and in this entire board, and I thank you all for being such a cooperative and well-meaning board and well-meaning people. I really do appreciate you, Mr. Lannis and Ms. Collins, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Bernard. Yeah, doing good. Yeah, we'll come down. Separate or together?
I only have one Bible,
So you want me to? Okay.
Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution and the laws of the United States and the Constitution and the laws of the state of Louisiana and the discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon me as president of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, according to the best of my ability. And understanding, so help me God.
If I might take a point of personal privilege, I just want to thank my colleagues for their confidence in me and continued support. I will need it. I appreciate the work that we do together. I'm humbled by the work that you do and your commitment to kids in our community, and so challenge me and help me. We're all going to need it, and so thank you very much. We move now to item E3, resolutions, consideration of the adoption of a resolution proclaiming February 7th through 11th, 2022 as School Counseling Week. I'll need a motion first. Moved by Mr. Howard, seconded by Ms. Ware Jackson. And Ms. Brazier? Oh, we're going to read it first, I'm sorry, right? Yeah.
Proclamation. Whereas school counselors are employed in public schools to help students reach their full potential, and whereas the East Baton Rouge Parish School System's school counselors are actively committed to helping students explore their possibilities, strengths, interests, and talents as these traits relate to career awareness and development. And whereas school counselors help parents focus on ways to further the educational, personal, and social growth of their children, and whereas school counselors work with teachers and other educators to help students explore their potential and set realistic goals for themselves, and whereas school counselors seek to identify and utilize community resources that can enhance and complement comprehensive school counseling programs and help students become productive members of society, and whereas comprehensive developmental school counseling programs are considered an integral part of the educational process that enables all students to achieve success in school. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board does hereby proclaim February 7th through 11th, 2022 as National School Counseling Week. School counseling, better together.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Is Ms. Brazier going to do any? Yes, I knew you would want to.
We'd just like to say, President Tatman, Vice President Collins, board members, and Dr. Narcisse, on behalf of our more than 130 school counselors, thank you very much.
Thank you. I just think that you all play such a critical role in the education of our children, and I appreciate the work that you do, and I wish we had 260 of you. But the 130 I know are working hard, and we appreciate you very much. Thank you. Seeing no comments or questions from the board, we go to the audience. Any comments on the audience on the resolution? Seeing none, back to the board. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Motion carries. We move now to item E4, consideration of the adoption of a resolution proclaiming January 2022 as Louisiana School Board Recognition Month. Good. A motion from anybody would like to? Moved by Ms. Bernard, seconded by Ms. Dyson. Dr. Narcisse.
East Baton Rouge Parish School System, Louisiana School Board Recognition Month, January 2022. Whereas the mission of public schools is to meet the diverse educational needs of all children and to empower them to become competent, productive contributors to a democratic society and an ever-changing world, and whereas local school board members are committed to children and believe that all children can be successful learners and that the best education is tailored to the individual needs of the child, and whereas local school board members work closely with parents, educational professionals, and other community members to create the educational vision we want for our students. And whereas local school board members are responsible for ensuring the structure that provides a solid foundation of our school system. And whereas local school board members are strong advocates for public education and are responsible for communicating the needs of the school district to the public and the public's expectation to the district. Now, therefore, I, Cito Narcisse, on behalf of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System and community, do hereby declare my appreciation to the members of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and proclaim January 2022 as School Board Recognition Month in East Baton Rouge Parish School System. I urge all citizens to join me in recognizing the dedication and hard work of our local school board members and in working with them to mold an education system that meets the needs of both today's and tomorrow's children.
Thank you, Dr. Narcisse. Seeing no comments or questions from the board, we go to the audience on the resolution. Any comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
The resolution is adopted. We move now to item F1 for information only. Monthly financial report. F2, personnel changes. Seeing no comments or questions from the board, I'll move to G1, update from the superintendent. Dr. Narcisse.
Thank you, President Tatman. I am just, sorry. There we go. There we go. Just wanted to highlight just two things. One is tomorrow is a delayed start. This is a reminder that all schools will operate on a 3-hour delay tomorrow due to the potential for some icing on elevated roads in the early morning hours. All high school and middle school students will start at 10 a.m. and all elementary school students will start at 11:30 a.m. This will allow our staff and students to arrive at school safely. We will have the posting also on times on our website. On another note, we'll have a presentation from ANET with Andrew Okoski. Last spring, we entered a partnership with the Achievement Network, more commonly known as ANET. ANET assessments have been implemented systematically across the district in ELA and math. As we promised upon the approval of this contract last April, we've invited members of the ANET team to join us for a mid-year implementation update. At this time, I'd like to call up Andrea Okoski, our Chief of Accountability and Assessment, Dr. Holly Fears, Partnership Manager with ANET, and Chris Roberchat, ANET Vice President of Program Operations. Together, the three of them will share with us information regarding the status of this collaborative partnership. And I just wanted to highlight, as many of you may know, we use the ANET as our benchmark, our quarterly benchmark to assess progress for students for both ELA and math across the entire school district. And they will talk through some of those pieces. Ms. Okoski?
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Narcisse. It's my honor tonight to introduce you to two members of our ANET family. And I intentionally choose the word family because let me take a minute to explain to you. Their family has grown over this semester. When we began this journey with ANET last spring, we were assigned an account manager and the equivalent of an instructional specialist or a coach who worked in our, she's local, and she was in and out of our schools working with our team. And as my team and I developed a relationship with them, every week we were on a Zoom call or a Teams call with them. And, you know, I'm losing my touch a little bit because one week one of them said something, and I said, well, what am I missing? And lo and behold, both of those ladies are out on maternity leave within 3 weeks of each other. So the ANET family is growing, and we wish those two mothers very much best wishes on our behalf. We miss them. But like any good teachers do, and like our staff is doing in our schools right now, when our teachers and our principals are called out to be with their families, their colleagues jumped in and subbed for them and didn't skip a beat and employed a whatever it takes attitude. So with that being said, I'd like to turn you over to our new account manager, Dr. Holly Fierce, who's based out of Florida and subbing in Louisiana territory. She spent the whole week in Louisiana this week and had this lovely not so Florida weather. And we're honored to have with us today Dr. Chris Rupert, who's the Vice President of Operations for ANET. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Fierce, but I'll be here to answer any district level questions you have. You use that or else I'll move.
Thank you. And I absolutely love my Louisiana family. I have been working in East Baton Rouge in a variety of manners for several years. And it actually made me tear up that the middle school principal of the year has sat in sessions that I have facilitated before. So that just, gives me the feels. So just to get us started, we're going to go through a really high-level overview of kind of where we are. Where are we right now, knowing that we are in the middle of the year and knowing that we still have several months to go, maybe. Okay. So who do we work with across the state of Louisiana? We are not just working in East Baton Rouge Parish, but we also work with 31 school districts or independent charters across the state, which includes about 153 different schools that are using the assessments alone. We have multiple different services and supports that we provide, but that's specifically the assessments, knowing that those are being leveraged here in Baton Rouge. So what do we do? There are two different pieces on this particular graphic, and one of the pieces I wanted to highlight is on the right-hand side where we talk about the ways that we support all levels within the school system. So we start with district leader support, making sure that we are supporting data analysis so that we're not just giving assessments, but we're actually analyzing those assessments and supporting the district leaders with creating systems and protocols for how we analyze that data. We also support school leaders, making sure that that data is usable by our school leaders. They're working through the data analysis as well as what does that mean for planning and supporting our teachers. We support teachers through, again, that data analysis and giving them structures, giving them tools and resources in their teacher toolbox so that they can use this information to make instructional decisions for our babies. Our babies are absolutely the most important people in the building. And so we want to make sure that we're identifying those areas of strength and leveraging those areas and building on those, as well as identifying areas where some of our students may need additional support and giving teachers the resources to be able to support that. We know that we're in year one of this overall support. In that year, we start really implementing the assessments and digging into those resources, helping teachers and helping leaders identify ways to analyze the data and resources that are available to them. That gets deeper as we continue the partnership. So knowing that in the next year, just like as we implement anything the first time, teachers are figuring out how to use things. As we continue to go in that partnership, teachers are more familiar with the platforms, they're more familiar with the resources that are available, and we can continue to support them in increasing their knowledge. So what do we do when we're supporting district leaders? We have regular meetings with Andrea, with her team, with data analysis, with leadership, we want to make sure that we are meeting the needs of your teachers, of your leaders, as you're going through that. We also have working groups that are focused on really trying to put some systems in place across the district so that things are, data is being analyzed and planning is happening in a really systemic way. We also support the identification of those strengths and areas of need across the district, and then try to provide those resources so that teachers can leverage that in the classroom. You can see on the chart there, we listed out a couple of focus areas. We have focus groups. So once we were able to go through some of the data, district leaders came together and said, here are some high leverage areas that we really want to work in. One of those being the standardization of practice, where across the board, leaders and teachers are analyzing this data in a standardized way so that we can make those decisions. Also looking at what professional learning do leaders and teachers need, and then identifying for literacy and for math, what are some of those areas of focus and how are we going to really support our teachers in providing those supports to students. How are we supporting school leaders? I think this is probably one of my favorite slides in the whole presentation because we were able to actually pull quotes from your principals and assistant principals from a recent training that we were doing in December. And so to be able to see that school leaders agree or strongly agree that they're able to take the learning from these professional learning sessions and directly apply it in their buildings and with their teachers is extremely powerful. If you see the quotes that are there, the session gave me the opportunity to take a deeper dive into the assessment without interruptions, and most importantly, discuss the data with non-math instructors. And we were looking at math data as well as English language arts data. And then district leaders and teachers should have the opportunity to access, analyze, and interpret assessment data. And so the fact that there were multiple quotes like that that we could have pulled from your leaders saying that this has been really beneficial for them was really powerful. Just to give you kind of an idea of the year and where are we with the assessments, we start the year with diagnostic assessments in September. We then move into the first assessment or the first interim, which was completed October into November. January is interim 2. We're in the middle of the second assessment right now, and knowing because COVID happens. We have had some schools that have taken a little bit longer to complete the assessment than they wanted just because of things that were out of their control, but we are in the process of absolutely getting those assessments completed so that we have that data to be able to use in your classrooms. And then how many students took the assessment? We aim for 80% of rostered students to complete the assessments. We have met that 80% mark. Even as of the 18th, knowing that we are in the middle of this testing window, we were already at 68%. And knowing that if we were to go and pull that data again today, that number would be even higher. And so we will continue to push to have those students complete the assessments because with that data, we are then able to make instructional decisions. Chris?
Great. Thank you, Holly. And I would just call out on the interim data in terms of the completion rates so far this year. We're at 83%. Those numbers are sometimes harder to calculate than you would think they should be. Student mobility, rosters, it's hard to, it's sometimes a bit of a moving target. So when you look at school by school data, the majority of schools are over 90% of students administering. Some are at 99% complete. So there's some variability when you're looking across schools. There's also just nuances in the student rosters that make those numbers look a little lower than what they are. The other thing that we wanted to bring to you all is just a little bit of data in terms of where we are in the year. So at this point, we have data from our math diagnostic, our first interim, as well as in literacy. When we look at data from ANET assessments, it's something that is done at a district level, leader level, and a classroom level. Teachers are looking at student responses, student work, and digging in and taking action at that level. What we wanted to bring to you all is a bit of a district view where you could look at performance across grades. And one of the things that we do within the ANET platform and with our different protocols is look at performance by different demographic groups. One slice of the data that we wanted to bring to you all today was the performance of students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged compared to the district at large, because those students were performing lower in every grade than the district overall in ELA and in math. So that is one data point that we want to share with you all today. Again, this is analysis that's happening with the district teams. It's happening with principal, the ILT teams, as well as I said, in every classroom at the teacher level. So I'll pause there. I don't know if there's more detail that folks would want to share, but want to just provide that high-level overview in terms of where we are in the year.
We don't have any questions at the moment, but if you want to continue the presentation, you...
Great.
Oh, no. That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Mr. Howard.
Thank you. I would just like to request that the next time you guys bring it, if you can break the data down by not just socioeconomic status, but like demographics, black, white, male, female, that would be helpful to understand how we are projecting as an overall district. Thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Thank you very much for being here and presenting, and thank you for your work in the schools. Thank you.
Just one last point I just want to highlight concerning the A network. As you know, the board, we've put in our strategic plan for all students to have 3 to 5% growth on the benchmark. The benchmark is the A net, so we are closely monitoring that 3 to 5% growth. We also talk to each principal as they talk with their students in schools to look at their measurement of students, the 3 to 5% growth per child. And so what we do is at the school, the district level, and I'll let Andrew talk just a little bit about that, looking at the growth of each school by how they did the each quarter. And so, Andrew, I want you to share a little bit.
On our scorecard that's live on our website, there's a drop down by school, so you can see their most recent interim data. As Dr. Fears said, we're in the middle of interim 2. Once we get that data, probably by about the second week of February, it will be updated in real time, and actually there'll be a column there so that folks can see the change. Also, we are very close to going to print with our printable scorecard for each school. We're going to showcase that for you in February, so you'll be able to see more detail for each school. And it'll have some special population data as well.
All right, President Tatman, that is my update. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Narcisse. We move now to item H1, any reports from board appointees to committees or agencies. Not seeing any. So we will move now to the consent agenda. Ms. Bernard.
Oh, maybe it's not. I forgot to print it.
Consent agenda. The following items are to be approved as part of the consent agenda and are considered to be routine and will be enacted with one motion. There will be no separate discussion of items unless a board member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered as an item on the regular agenda for a separate vote preceding the last item on the regular agenda. Focus Choice School Partnership with Baton Rouge General Medical Center. Consideration of a request authorizing the superintendent to enter into a partnership between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Baton Rouge General Medical Center to establish a Focus Choice school specializing in medical studies serving grades pre-K 8 at Park Elementary School. Strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, general fund. 3. Focus Choice School Partnership with LSU and the Water Institute. Consideration of a request authorizing the superintendent to enter into a partnership between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, LSU, and the Water Institute to establish a Focus Choice school specializing in environmental and coastal studies serving grades 6 through 12 at the Eva Lagarde Learning Center. Strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, general fund. 4. Grants. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following grant and grant application. A, Quality Science and Math Council, QSM, grant in the amount of $1,499.41 to provide robots for the Introduction to Robotics course at Broadmoor High School, strategic alignment, student achievement. B, National Science Foundation, Computer Science for All, grant application in partnership with LSU in the amount of $2 million to provide continued design, study, and support for computing courses for grades 7 through 12. 5, professional services contract, consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Rethink Autism in the amount of $160,000 to provide specialized professional development, strategic alignment, employee development funding source, ESSER 3. Action 2. 6, contract, consideration of a request for the approval to renew a contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the City of Baton Rouge not to exceed $134,110 to allow the East Baton Rouge Parish School System Department of Adult and Continuing Education to continue providing adult education classes and high-set testing for inmates at the East Baton Rouge Parish Prison from January 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2022. Funding source, City of Baton Rouge grant. 7, bid, Forest Heights contractor. Consideration of a request for the authorization of staff to design, advertise, and accept the low bid meeting specifications and award a contract for the construction of the Forest Heights 6th through 8th grade visual and performing arts middle school facility on the Forest Heights Academy of Excellence property project as specified in a plan to improve facilities, technology, discipline, and compensation in the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. The plan, as revised through February 22, 2018, and reject any and all bids for just cause in accordance with Louisiana Public Bid Law, Louisiana Revised Statute, Title 38, Chapter 10. 8, RFP Facility Master Plan, consideration of a request to authorize staff to issue a request for proposals, RFP, to create a facility master plan to include recommendations for efficient utilization of assets, comprehensive review of facility and systems assessment, and fiscal sustainability of current and proposed operational efficiency, strategic alignment, operational excellence, funding source, general fund. 9, RFQ Architectural Design Conservatory School, consideration of a request to authorize staff to issue an RFQ, request for qualifications, to provide architectural design consulting services for the new Visual and Performing Arts Conservatory School, strategic alignment, operational excellence. 10, policy revisions CG, DJE, and DJED. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following school board policy revisions and related matters. CG, administrative records, DJE, purchasing, and DJED, bids and quotations. That is the end of the consent agenda, and I so move approval.
Can I get a second? Seconded by Mr. Dodo. Would any member like to pull an item?
Yes, I would like to pull item 2 and 3.
Ms. Ware Jackson.
Item 10, please. Item 10, please.
Okay. Any other board members wish to pull any other items? Seeing no other items to be pulled, we'll be voting on the consent agenda 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Seeing no questions or comments from the board, we go to the audience on those items in the consent agenda. Are there any comments on the items that remain in the consent agenda?
Great evening, board. I wanted to speak about the one that is for the children with autism. I don't remember the number. I think it's number 5. It's either 5 or 6.
5.
5. Thank you. Give me my time back, Miss April.
No.
You was ready for me, Mr.
Yeah,
Taylor?
restart our time. You can speak on any agenda item in the consent agenda.
Except for 2, 3, and 10, right?
Right now, yeah.
Okay,
Because it's no
yes.
longer in the consent agenda.
Right. Okay, so on item number 5, item number 5 is the one that provides training for our staff that work with our children with autism. I just recently dealt with a family that had their child arrested. Their child was arrested because the school system staff did not know how to deal with the children with disabilities. That is not EBR. This is not EBR. Let me be clear on that one before everybody gets to panicking. It was not EBR. But I'm bringing that to your attention because so many times our staff that work directly with our children with disabilities don't have the necessary training, and as a result, people get hurt. Children go into juvenile detention or jail, and it's just unnecessary. It's mental anguish and trauma that's being introduced to the family as well as the child. This child right now is so traumatized, he don't want to see a teacher and don't want to go back into a school building. So I ask that you really and truly provide all our staff, not just the teachers and the paraprofessionals, but the cafeteria workers, the front desk worker, the secretary, the office, the nurses, the medical team. My child has had to receive medical services and nobody could do anything for him. I had to actually physically go in the building. So this is something that I think that we really should do across the board, and even the board members, y'all could actually use it to deal with our children with disabilities, because I know I am the only one that bring their child to the board meetings, but there's a lot of other parents of children with disabilities that would like to bring their kids here. Second, I would like for y'all to look at number 7 and make sure that we actually get contractors that can provide us with buildings that are in ADA compliance. So many times we have children that are wheelchair-bound individuals that are using 4-point walkers, that use walking canes, that cannot go into the building because it's not handicap accessible. This boardroom is another example, and I just hope and pray that we actually look at that. And last but not least, the grants. I do think that we should accept any kind of grant funding that is going to help our children, because our children are our leaders and our future, and they really need every single dollar and cent that they can get. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corley. Any other comments on the remaining items on the consent agenda from the public? Well, they'll come up in order. Okay. No worries. Thank you. Seeing no other comments from the audience on the consent agenda, we come back to the board. Ms. Ware-Jackson.
Thank you, President Tatman. I just wanted to take the opportunity to express my appreciation for the grants on number 4 with the robotics at Broadmoor High School. I think that's going to be a wonderful thing for Broadmoor. Excellent. And of course, the National Science Foundation for computer science, that $2 million in partnership with LSU is just fantastic. So thank you so much. We really appreciate that, and it's going to be wonderful for our kids.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ms. Ware-Jackson. Seeing no other comments or questions from the board on the consent agenda, Madam Secretary, will you please conduct the vote?
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We now go back to item I2, consideration of a request authorizing the superintendent to enter into a partnership between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Baton Rouge General Medical Center to establish a focused choice school specializing in medical studies serving grades pre-K-8 at Park Elementary School, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, general fund. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Goday, seconded by Mr. Howard. Mr. Howard.
Thank you, President Tatman. So I think that this is a great idea. I think that we need, for a long time in this district, we've been needing opportunities for families to access things like this and students to access things like this. My concern, which has been my concern since the last 6 superintendents that I've been on, we've had since I've been on this board, is the way we communicate things to our staff. I've talked about the importance of doing things with people and not to people. During our last meeting, I asked a question about how was this communicated to staff, and several executive staff members got up to the mic and said, we did this, we closed this loop, we closed that loop. When I woke up Friday morning, I had over 50 messages from teachers at Park Elementary who had no idea that this was going on. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that because we know that this district has been stagnant for a long time, and we know that there are going to be some growing pains and some tough decisions that we as an executive team and leadership team have to make. But if we continue to get people or do things to people and not with them, we'll never have the buy-in that we're looking for from district people, district personnel, and district staff. So my request, again, to this board, to this superintendent, to this executive staff, is to do things with people and not to them. You will never get people to buy into the vision of this district and to the changes that we're looking to make at the district if you continue to do things to them and not with them. I don't care if you bring them $1 million, you need to do it with them. Like, I don't think that's a hard request. Superintendent Dr. Narcisse, we had a conversation 2 months before this came before the board, and the only loop that I asked to be closed was that loop. There was no reason why the first hearing of this from teachers at Park Elementary should have been by a news story, period. And if anybody think that that's okay, that's where the problem lies. People don't have to get on board with the decisions that you as a leader make or as executive team as a leader make, but they are people. And so treat people with humanity, treat people with morals and a moral compass, and I promise the vision will go further. We can rip the Band-Aids off all at once, but we have to continue to do things with two people. And people have told me for the last 3 years, this is my last year on the board in this term, and for the last 4 years I've heard, we're gonna do better, we're gonna do better. When are we gonna do better? How are we gonna do better? My request is that a teacher from the school at Park Elementary is a part of the steering committee to steer this work forward, and that we do better as communication. And if we can't, people need to be held accountable. So if that means people need to get pink slips because they don't know how to properly communicate, that's what it needs to be.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Vice President Collins.
So I echo those concerns. I also I also carry the concern of staff, but not just staff, and I've heard my colleague say this, and he may actually share the sentiment, families. It's one thing for us to have amazing relationships with business community and the labor department, et cetera, workforce commission, and say, this is what we need. And perhaps it is what we need. But again, when you talk about community buy-in and vision for students, that's for parents. And if the staff wouldn't communicate it with, then we already know what happened with the parents. I'm not voting for this for 2 reasons, okay? And I appreciate the amazing emails and concern for this. It is an amazing idea. My issue, 2 issues. There's no fiscal note, and we have been going forward with various projects with no fiscal note attached, as if we have unlimited resources. And my concern is when the resources bottom out, and they are projected to real soon, just if you think about how we put $20 million worth of recurring expenses on one-time fund money. And when that one-time fund money run out, it's the schools above North Florida Boulevard that when we gotta pull and yank back because the money ain't there, it's not gonna be the new stuff that we thinking about without looking for my second concern. We have not, in fact, we just voted item number 8 on a facility master plan. We are doing these things in silos, okay? At some point, there are not gonna be resources available. That means we're gonna be forced to make decisions, and we are not taking a comprehensive look at what we already have to say, this ain't working no more. Yes, we heard from the business community, and yes, even families say they want this. What we're gonna cut out, because we're gonna have to cut out something. We are. And right now, it's willy-nilly what will stay and what will go. And 9 times out of 10, it's not gonna be shiny and new that's got to go. Okay, so then I'm in panic about what's happening in my area and some of my colleagues' area. So my answer is no. I know that the people that sent those emails were very sincere, and I appreciate it because I understand it is my fiduciary responsibility to be concerned about the budget as well as the lack of comprehensive planning. I can't in good conscience keep voting for stuff. I gave my one pass with the conservatory. And I said at that time, if anything else new comes, my answer is going to be no, and I'm sticking to my word, okay? Thank you. Excuse me, let me clarify. Anything new comes without a fiscal note and a comprehensive analysis of what we already have and how that's going to fit. Once we get past that, I'm good, but I can't do that without this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Seeing no other questions or comments from the board at this time, we'll go to the audience on item I2. Any comments from the audience? Yes, sir. And this will be 2. You'll also have a chance at 3. So.
Jason Harris, United Faith Leaders, 200 plus members. We do want to lend our support to the Focused Choice partnerships. And hope everything else can be worked out as well, because I think it would be tremendous for our students. So thank you,
Mr. Harris. Any other comments from the audience on item I2?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Jean Bradford. I just want to caution around continuously building programs around 1 or 2 industries. I firmly believe that EBR Schools has a strong curriculum as it stands, and if we fully funded it, fully implemented it, and fully administered it to folks who need it, to our students who need it, then we wouldn't see the issues that we're trying to address that this focused choice school does not. I don't consider the lack of opportunity in the medical field as someone who's a biomedical researcher, and I love my career. But this is not a PK through 8 problem. Some examples is within the fields, there was a New York Times article yesterday that spoke how nurses during COVID were heavily understaffed or were left in shifts that were heavily understaffed across the country. So it's a staffing problem that we're seeing in the lack of opportunity and jobs in the medical field. It's also a legislative problem, funding, lack of jobs that are sent to facilities or supported for facilities. It's also something that they don't talk about and shouldn't be discussed with PK through 8, the loans, the debt, and the affordability of graduate school and professional school. There's real sacrifices with this that need to be addressed on the medical field end more than on the PK through 8 end. And then when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion, that is a higher ed problem. It's not a PK through 8 problem. And getting kids away from learning the basics and having a foundation in math, science, English, all of the things is not the solution, and we shouldn't be basing programs around a job market that's very much in topsy-turvy. Another article from the American Medical Colleges spoke how there are emergency medicine physicians that are having a hard time looking for jobs right now, even during COVID. So we need to make sure we're not building entire student populations to just funnel into a job market that we don't know what it looks like a decade from now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford.
Good evening, board. Good evening, board. Good evening, Dr. Narcisse. First, I want to say I totally agree with you, Don Collins and Jamel Howard. But I have family from Easy Town, where Park Elementary had, and I feel like besides that school being built, this is the best thing that could have happened to that area. So I'm supportive of it. I feel like that is a start for that area for us to grow. So, and again, I do understand. I mean, I feel you have to be transparent, but at the end of the day, I'm thinking about them kids. I'm thinking about that area. I'm thinking about how they living in that area. I'm thinking about the opportunity that they have in the area that they do not have, and I'm excited about it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments.
Good evening, board. I actually took out the opportunity to look at Baton Rouge General's website, and I think the program that you're trying to consider is probably the radiology program, because the only 2 programs they have is radiology and nursing, and their nursing program give a certificate. If you know anything about the medical field, certificate nursing has been phased out. All nurses with associate degrees are required now to have a bachelor's. You cannot go from a certificate in nursing and get a BSN. So you would actually be implementing a program that is unuseful and wasting money. Secondly, we need to consider all of these charter schools that were just approved on Tuesday by Bessie. We had Kenner Discovery that came to our board that our board did not approve, that just got approved at Bessie, that will now be a type 2 charter. Additionally, Kenilworth was not approved by our board. They now will be a type 2 charter. Additionally, you have Dalton Elementary. Their charter was renewed. We have a total of 6 new charters that will be coming into our school district that will impact our budget significantly. And we need to really and truly take that into consideration. Has anybody actually looked at what the budget would look like once those 6 charters come into our school system and start pulling children out of our district? That's something that we need to look at. We also need to consider what IDEA charter that's on Plank Road by Winfield Funeral Home. They haven't opened yet. They will be opening next school year. Additionally, the Helix School, they'll be opening. There's other charters that we approved that have yet to open, but will be opening next school year. I think we also approved one that did classical arts.
Let's stay on the agenda item.
Yes, sir.
please. Okay.
Trust me, I want my time back for that.
Go ahead. You got a minute?
But the classical arts, that one will impact our budget. So I'm saying that to say that we can't afford to create programs that we don't know how it would impact our budget when we already know that the Bessie Board just approved things that is going to drastically impact our budget. Secondly, the program is not going to work, not for pre-K through 8th. 8th graders cannot go into the medical profession at all. So this would have been something that you probably should have looked at for the C-Tech school, not for actual school for pre-K through 8th. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corley. Any other comments from the audience on item I2?
Good evening, board members.
Good evening.
My name is Oscar Carter, and I just, as of middle of October, started working with the organization STAND. So I am in support of the focused choice programs, both of them, both items 2 and 3. Anything is that going to uplift our children, create various opportunities that were non-existent prior to this point, I'm in favor of. But set the organization aside, also as just a concerned community member, focus on the children and everything that's going on in each and every district. I just want to lend my support and show my support both as a worker and as a volunteer person from the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
You're welcome.
Any other comments from the audience on item I2?
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Michael Bell, and I'm excited to support the Focus Choice School Partnership. I'm in the 10th grade at Scrimmer High School, and I wish they could offer this now. My question is there any possible way to play sports at another school and participate in this program? Board, please support Dr. Narcisse to bring these programs to EBR. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. Mr. Goday.
Yes, I want to address a few of the comments from my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong. When we're talking about K-8, that is going to be basically a STEM-focused school with a medical bent. So it's going to have biology and things like that. So when you're doing K-8, yes, you're teaching biology, you're teaching medicine, you're teaching some of these things, but you're really teaching STEM. And after 8th grade, those kids could probably go anywhere they want. So we're not making just a pipeline for nurses and that sort of thing to Baton Rouge General, even though we will have their help. I fully expect that many of these students coming out of this will end up as lawyers or doctors or anything else, because that's the kind of education they're going to be getting. Secondly, on the financial side, this school is in existence already. There's already a building, there's already a principal, there are already teachers, there are already all of these things in place. We have a superintendent, so the cost of that should be very minimal as you go forward, particularly with working with the Baton Rouge Journal. In addition, we have a superintendent that, as part of his criteria that we have, and have his commitment that we will have a balanced budget. It wasn't many years ago that this board voted to have a $27 million deficit in their budget, and that was a very hard hole to dig out of. But many members of this board voted for that budget. And now we have a superintendent finally who says that will happen again. So I'm going to put my faith in the superintendent and the monies that we have. I do think we have the money in the system. We need to use it better. I'm also working with the group to update our computer systems, and I would be amazed if we don't have millions of dollars of savings as we come out of that through improved practices and things like that. So we can't wait to have all of the answers before we move forward. This is a wonderful opportunity to connect with the community. The people in that community want it, and I just feel like we would be depriving many students of what they need to succeed if we vote this down. I don't want to make political statements with the vote. I really want to vote for the kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. Vice President Collins.
I'm voting for these children long term. If it does not matter how much money we spend, or if we can only focus on voting via promise regarding budgetary needs and what we do with facilities, then why do we even do a budget process? Why do we even just vote on the facility master plan? We don't need to grandstand. I made my statement. I'm probably going to be the only one to vote no, to be quite honest. But my position is, let's be responsible long term. And we can't be responsible long term for these kids if there's no fiscal note attached. We talking about going from, it's just 200 babies in there right now. If we're going to make this a great program, the building should be full. That means more money. You know, if it doesn't mean more money, then where's the fiscal note saying it doesn't mean more money? Just can we just be responsible in how we approach it? I think it's going to be an amazing program. But then also, even when I advocate for my own schools, I make it my business to research and make sure that what I'm advocating for is not going to hurt something else unintentionally in my district or anyone else's political district or across the district. And we have to take those kinds of things into consideration. It's just basic planning. We all are very familiar. Everybody in here probably have at least 1 degree. Okay, I have 2, working on number 3. It's planning 101, and that's all I'm asking for. Won't get any words out of me, you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Mr. Howard.
Thank you. Thank you, President Tadman. Is this thing on? Yeah. It's on. My green light's on. It's on? Okay, there we go. So yeah, my quick note is that we talked last week for this program that there will be no admissions requirements to get into the program. But there were some mentions of what happens if a kid doesn't sustain the particular GPA. I think that right now we have some issues related to then what. So again, in the steering transition to Ms. Collins's point, like some of these logistical things I think make sense for us to know. I'm gonna, like Mr. Goday say, put my faith that this time that administration gets it right. Y'all making my faith of a mustard seed very little. But I hope that we could get within the transition plan, what does those things look logistically like? Because 3-4 years from now, whoever's sitting in these seats gonna have to deal with those things of like, now you have a mass amount of kids leaving a school because they didn't have an entry requirement to get there, but they have an entry requirement to stay there. What interventions, what are supports look like? What are supports look like for families who want to continue in the program, but the kids are not making the grades? Like, we talked about interventions all night. There has to be some kind of actual plan, not just she said, he said that this is going to happen. So I would like to see on paper, like, what does transition look like for students who no longer are able to stay at these particular schools? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Tatman. Yeah, first I want to just express my appreciation and my excitement too for Baton Rouge Medical Center investing in that community and at Park. You know, before Park was rebuilt, I was a bit concerned about the population there, the demographics, and concerned about building that new school, and it's had some challenges. I really think that this would be a great program there. That'll really be wonderful for that territory, and connect it more closely with the efforts in Mid-City. So, but Superintendent Narcisse, I would appreciate it if you could address some of the concerns that we're hearing tonight, and if you have, if there was a presentation that you wanted to do, or speak a little bit more about the whole program.
Yes, we do have a PowerPoint we can share concerning the program, but we did not. Ms. Okoski, can you come on up? We did share the presentation at the CAL. We can bring that slide deck back up.
Or just some highlights.
With some help of the tech team, I'm flattered to be asked to stand in tonight for my colleague, Ms. Teresa Porter, who could not be physically with us tonight, but through the magic of technology. Ms. Porter, are you with us?
Afternoon, yes, I am.
There she is. So at the board's pleasure, we could run through the PowerPoint. I can drive, Teresa, if you'd like to narrate, if that works with you.
Okay.
Okay, so we're on slide 1.
Okay, so the focused choice schools, as it was introduced last week, are schools that are designed to be aligned with pathways and also to...
Are you there, Ms. Porter?
Oh, there goes the technology.
Ms. Porter, are you there?
Highlights would be good.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Okay, and if tech team, if you can hear me, the slides are not moving on my command, if you could help.
Use the arrows.
Yeah, it's not.
And Ms. Okoski, Ms. Porter, we just need highlights.
Okay, so Ms. Porter, if you want to just hit the highlights, I'm on the slide of what the focused choice schools are.
Okay, so the focused choice schools, the partnerships are intentional. We have high quality seats, and the rigorous coursework is designed to help students in an exploratory manner in order, which is aligned to the program theme. In this case, it would be the medical component. Once again, it's exploratory. So to to the point of the board member about whether schools would be aligned to a specific certificate, they are exploratory. So we want to give students an opportunity to have a learning experience that's fun and engaging, and it is STEM focused. Next, please.
Okay. Your definition of a focused choice school?
Okay, so it's a portfolio that's theme-based, and it provides opportunities, as I mentioned a moment earlier, for intentional alignment with post-secondary partnerships for grades pre-K through 12. Next.
Ms. Porter, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit to just Park Elementary, and I'm on the slide that kind of outlines the programmatic piece of Park Elementary, since we're only talking about Park at this moment.
Okay, so Park Elementary, they're under capacity right now. So we are looking at an enrollment of perhaps 45 students per grade level. Students who are currently there will be grandfathered in. If a parent decides that they do not want their child to be enrolled in this component, then they would, we have options for them. For example, during the CAL, we talk about Capital Elementary, and then there are other choice schools they can also apply to.
Yes, ma'am, and I'm showing on the screen right now the enrollment data for the board and the community at home who's watching.
Okay.
I think this was the last slide on Park, so I don't know if there are any other questions that we need to address.
Ms. Ware Jackson has the floor.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Goday.
Yes, thank you, President Tapman. I just wanted to come back because I had forgotten one thing to mention. People mentioned about charter schools. And one of the things I hear constantly about charter schools is it forces us to compete, and we want to compete. I don't take it as a given that all of the charter seats that were talked about earlier, and some of those are swaps. Dalton is a continuation. Kenilworth is a swap between what they have now and a little bit different grade configuration. But I don't take it as a given that all of those charter seats will be filled. To take that as a given says that we don't have any confidence in our ability to compete. And I do think we can compete. But this is the way we're going to have to compete. You know, you look at the charter schools, what do you see? You see an aviation school, a medical school, a STEM school. You start going through all these things. And if we don't provide those options that the parents and students are demanding to prepare themselves for the world that it is today, we will be run out of business. To me, this is the primary way for us to compete. We have resources. We have dedicated faculty. We have great facilities. We have things that we can compete on this. We need to untie our hands and go out and compete. We need to fill up these schools, and filling up these schools, maybe some of these charter schools won't be full. I don't take it as a given that we give up to the charters as we go through this. I want us to compete as hard as we can and to make our system as strong as we can, because at the end of the day, that competition will lead to the best outcomes for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. The board is up. Ms. Dyson.
I just would also like to say that I am in support of this as an innovative school that we can hopefully grow across the district. These are the kinds of things that our communities are all looking for, is very intentional educational choices that they can make for their children and with their children. And we have to offer these opportunities ourselves. It's the only way we're going to stay relevant in this workforce and economy that we live in. And I very much am in support of this, and I'm also very optimistic about what we can do in each area of our district as we move these kinds of opportunities forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. Ms. Bernard.
I too am thrilled about the opportunity to bring this type of programming to a neighborhood school like this, even though I think I realize that children from other areas will be able to attend as well. I do have concerns, and I also thought it was important that we mention that there were a number of emails of concern. I share Mr. Howard's concerns about personnel being treated fairly, being treated well. They deserve to be communicated with. They don't deserve to read it in the newspaper. It is not acceptable for them to read it in the newspaper. That cannot happen again. It is not acceptable for families at the school to read it in the newspaper. They deserve to receive communication as well. I also share my colleague Ms. Collins' concerns about the fiscal note. Anytime I do something, if I have a project, I have to present a budget for the project, how much money I need to perform all of these things that go along with the project to completion, and then I also have to know how I am paying for it. What is the funding source for it? I'm very concerned about the budget season that we are about to move into. We are about to move into the budget season. How are we going to balance the budget this year? I don't think that the school is necessarily going to bring in students from outside the district but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'll be proven wrong about that, but it's definitely not revenue neutral. I am supporting it. I am thrilled and excited about being able to bring this, but we have to do a little bit better job with a couple of these other things. So let's address the budget immediately after we approve this tonight and the revenue source. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. The board is clear. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We move to item I3, consideration of a request authorizing the superintendent to enter into a partnership between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, LSU, and the Water Institute to establish a focused choice school specializing in environmental and coastal studies, serving grades 6 through 12 at the Eva Lagarde Learning Center, Strategic Alignment, Student Achievement Funding Source General Fund. And do I have a motion? Moved by Ms. Ware Jackson, seconded by Ms. Bernard. Seeing no questions or comments from the board on the item, we go to the audience. Are there any comments from the audience on item I3?
All right, Angele Bradford again. I don't think focused choice schools are exploratory if the path's already chosen for the students. I do think this continues to distract from the actual issues for our students in East Baton Rouge, and if we want to get to the part of advocacy for equity in these fields, that's a legislative fight, that's a federal fight. There are plenty of certified and educated people in our country who can't find a job in these areas. And so that's a larger conversation than 6 through 12. Beyond that, I continue to be concerned as well about the fiscal note. It feels as though we're coming up with new programs every time I come to a meeting, and each program creates further stratification, further segregation, further exclusion. And it feels like they're for few while sacrificing the greater good or the many. And so I don't think the costs can be overlooked. I think if the costs are a concern, we shouldn't be voting for this. And then my final 2 points, the strength of a democracy is really defined by the strength of its public schools. And if we cannot provide across the board good public school education and only specialize students into little, cogs in the wheel, as some folks say, then we're not doing our job. And then finally, climate change is here and now. And so expecting 6 through 12 to really carry the weight of that is very unrealistic. And I'm very disappointed in this partnership because it's not grounded in the reality of the moment that we're in with climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford. Any other comments from the audience on item I3?
Good evening, board members. Good evening, Dr. Narcisse. My name is Chris Toombs. I'm a resident in Baton Rouge, particularly a resident in South Baton Rouge. I was educated all the way through South Baton Rouge, particularly at the Ava Lagarde site, which was once Polk Elementary. I think it's a great neighborhood, has a lot of good history, good place to grow up. I'm currently a graduate assistant at LSU. And I love my school. I think it's a great school. I think they're doing a great job of honoring its commitment to community that they adopted in 1996, which said that they'd always be there to supply support to their neighbors in South Baton Rouge, and I think they're doing a wonderful job of that. My hat's off to the Coastal Environment College and the Water Campus for fulfilling that commitment. And now I've gotten all those pleasantries out the way, I'll speak my mind now. In my opinion, I'm gonna just drop a number on you first. 115. That's how many years McKinley High School has been educating the youth in Baton Rouge in this state. McKinley High School is the oldest publicly funded high school in this country. For a high school to be considered and it not be placed at McKinley is sacrilege, especially in Baton Rouge. It is my intention and my hope that you will table this and revisit and speak with the alumni of McKinley High School, the community of South Baton Rouge, and then let's see if we can work out the details, because I feel like something like this needs to be housed at McKinley. If there are other plans and whatnot that we don't know about, let's be transparent about it, right? But I will say this, it would be in everybody's best interest, I believe, to just sit down and let's see how we can get better programming at McKinley, because at the end of the day, that is like the heart of Baton Rouge. You have a McKinley graduate in every neighborhood in Baton Rouge. Like, there's no way possible that we can realistically put another high school in the bottom. Like, I don't understand that. And so my suggestion is, let's table this, let's defer it, and bring McKinley to the table. I love the work that LSU is doing. I'm not anti that. I'm not anti other educational options in Baton Rouge, but if you're going to be that close to McKinley and not afford them at least a cup of coffee or the community to have some type of input, that's just, unbeknownst to me. So hopefully you will take these words as, not being complicated, but just wanting to see all parties involved.
Thank you, Mr. Toombs. Appreciate your comments. Any other comments from the audience?
I'm the last one and I'm get out your hair. Okay, and thank you, Mr. Toombs, for speaking. I actually second that opinion. Now see, I'm actually shocking y'all, because any other time I probably would speak against it. But I actually think that McKinley High deserves some great programs. In addition to that, I actually think that Baton Rouge General Medical Program should have probably went over there as well. But this water program, I don't see any middle schoolers or any other grades that would actually benefit from that, because most of them don't know how to say a lot of these words. And in addition to that, that's close. LSU is in close proximity to McKinley High. When we talk about children being able to walk or catch the bus, because LSU have many buses that ride in close proximity to that high school and take them to the school, that would actually be beneficial. As you know, McKinley High School lost a lot of their programming once Lehigh, or Liberty High, reopened. And they never was restored and made back whole. And that's a problem, because we forgot about those students. And that's a problem, because that's not every student every day. That was just some students on that particular day. And so when we have a motto like that, we're supposed to consider each and every student. And if I'm going to speak realistically, they also have a great scholars program, a gifted program that should be restored. And I know plenty of students that are in those programs at McKinley High that would love to be a part of this. And when I say that, I say it wholeheartedly. So if we're going to create or think about any programming, let it be to that school. And let's not create any more new schools. And also think about those charters that are going to be in existence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corley.
Hi, I'm Hager Anderson, and I thank you all for the opportunity to comment on this item. I, too, stand with the McKinley alumni. I am the vice president of the McKinley Alumni Association. And when this news hit the paper, we did share the article throughout our alumni, and many of them were very heartbroken to see that there would be another specialized high school right down the street from where we're located. Not because we would not want to offer those services, but we would rather see those services at our school. There was a tax proposal a few years ago to expand McKinley High School from 7th to 12th grade from its now current 9th to 12th grade. And now you're saying that you would like to place a special system down the street that would go from 6th to 12th grade. If at any way possible, if you could please table this discussion to go back and think on it just a little bit longer to see if you can add these programs to our existing high schools. Within 5 to 10 miles, there are 2 magnet high schools outside of McKinley High School, Baton Rouge High and Liberty High School. So if you all would please consider putting some special programs at McKinley High School for the traditional students, also for the gifted and great scholars, I think that that would be an awesome opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, we return to the board. Ms. Dyson.
I thank everyone for all of your input tonight. I am hearing things that I had not thought of, and I always appreciate your input. I too would like to see when we have these exciting, innovative ideas, and I can tell that a lot of groundwork has been done. We know that it has in forming these partnerships. I have been wanting us to have these partnerships for so long, but I would ask that we follow this vote tonight with showing us and the public the fiscal ramifications and how we're planning that aspect of it. We did not see those specifics in the presentations on either of these, and I think that on these I'm just asking that we get those, and then going forward, let's just always have an idea of how we're going to sustain these partnerships, and who's contributing what, and how we're going to sustain it once we develop these programs. And will there be a certain number of students that will need to be serviced at these schools in order to maintain these programs? Because one thing that I've seen is, you have a certain number, say, I'm just using this as an example, in our gifted programs, but we've never gone back and monitored. It doesn't seem that, you need this many students to start a program, but then it's there, and then who's monitoring it to still have that number every year to be able to stay there? It's a matter of sustaining programs across our district, I believe is our fiscal responsibility. So we just need some of those kinds of specifics on these things. And on other programs that we're offering across the district on an ongoing basis. Where are we at this school offering this? How many students are being serviced there? And how close are other options? And I'm really glad to see that we're going to have this external audit, in that we need the whole picture instead of piecemealing. We do. We've needed it for quite some time. I very much do not want to slow this progress down, and I'm going to, again, vote to approve. But I am very much wanting a master plan on where we're going and how we're going to develop these programs across the district, and the schools that would be receiving from the school when the child is no longer able to maintain or cannot maintain a GPA. Then what are our plans for the receiving schools? Because there's always going to be the receiving school, and so how are we going to prop them up and give them the support that they need, both the students and the administration and teachers and at each individual school. So thank you so much, and I appreciate very much that this item is coming forward and that we are implementing positive change. We just have to be so thoughtful about how we do it and what then is affected by this change, and how can we best mitigate any potential negatives that could come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. We had a little technical difficulty here. Ms. Collins.
Of course, I want to echo the sentiments of my colleague, as she just mentioned. And I am being exceptionally consistent. My viewpoint about having a comprehensive plan and having a strategy and yada yada, I have, as well as several of my colleagues on the board, have said that prior to this particular superintendent's administration, and at some point we got to stop talking about it and be about it. Myself and one of my colleagues who will probably speak for herself actually had conversation in agreement with some of the public comment. We passed a tax plan for McKinley High. We have not determined programming there, but they're gonna have an amazing building of $30 million plus in renovations. So taking all kind of stuff into consideration, that's an excellent consideration. And when you're thinking about there will be money that needs to be spent on what a water institute needs beyond a regular traditional school building. And if we already spending $30+ million down the street, literally, why not put it there? So for the record, my two primary concerns, which include the $30+ million already allocated towards Big Blue. Am I correct in Big Blue being the first black high school in the state of Louisiana? Oh, that beautiful history. Okay, for the record, to be clear, it's not that I'm voting against amazing ideas that can be beautiful and an asset to our students. I'm simply asking for one, a fiscal note and consideration of our budget in light of the fiscal note, and a comprehensive analysis of all of our schools, i.e. a completed master plan in which we can, facilities master plan in which we can consider all of these amazing things in the context of us being a whole district and not pulling from Adam and giving to Eve and then pulling from Eve and giving to Joe Bob and then etc. Thank you. Oh, and then one other point to lift up. I apologize real quick. Swing space. Polk is currently swing space, and if we don't have that for swing space, have we thought of what we'll do? Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Ms. Bernard.
Okay, so I'm looking at the item here, and it is to establish this at the Eva Lagarde Learning Center. And I'm wondering if Ms. Ware Jackson, who is the maker of the motion and I'm the second, again, I'm thrilled about offering the programming. We did receive a number of emails of concern. I love my constituent, Mr. Toombs' idea that we would consider the input of the McKinley alumni and the McKinley faculty, the McKinley neighborhood, the McKinley students and parents. I think those are important considerations. So I would like to either possibly, there's two things that we could go about. We could do this, Ms. Ware Jackson, if you're willing. I'm the second, you're the maker. So one option is that we could approve the item without establishing at the Eva Lagarde and come back and determine that the site later, because we might decide. But I'd like to have a town hall at McKinley High School in the meantime before next month. So we could either make a substitute motion to postpone this to next month, or we could take this as a friendly amendment. We could change our main motion and our substitute, our second, to approve it next month and have a town hall meeting at McKinley High School in the meantime, or we could approve it without stating the site, have a town hall meeting, and then decide on the site at a later time. What are your thoughts, Ms. Ware Jackson?
Well, the only concern I have about this is the site. You know, I have a problem, and I've talked about this with the superintendent and some board members. You know, I love the idea. You know, the only thing that really stuck in my craw, so to speak, was that it was just a stone's throw away from McKinley, and you know, that's the hard part. You know, because we don't know, we don't have anything in particular for McKinley on the table. Now, I know there's some talk about some things. I know, you know, that there is something coming down the pike, but that's not well known. So I would like to, I like the idea. I could go either way. We can approve the idea without naming the site, or we can just wait a little while until we have some more discussions about this. So,
So from a point of order standpoint, I think Ms. Bernard actually has the floor, and she's asking you if you would consider what I believe to be a friendly amendment to say we approve the project without specifically approving the site. Now, I just rephrased that, I could be wrong, and she's asking if you agree to it, then that becomes the main motion. If you don't, then we move on.
I know Mr. Gode wants to say something. Hang on, let him go on and speak. But I would do it. Yeah, I love the idea. I love the partnership. That's the only piece there. And without, I like hearing the voice of the community. And I may not have graduated from McKinley, but I'm Panther to the bone, and I got 2 Panthers in my den. So I have to be very, very careful when it comes to McKinley.
So do you want to change our motion then to approve the program and come back and revisit the site in the future when we have some time to hear from the community? We can do it next month if we hear from the community in the meantime.
Yeah, we can do this next month.
Okay.
Okay,
well, we'll go ahead and approve the program without the site.
Approve the program without the site.
So Counselor, we need a little help drafting.
Okay, thanks. And then you're next to speak, and then Mr. Gode is next. So.
Yeah, all right, so I just want to, if it's okay, let's just take a deep breath and let's look at, let's get the motion correct so we know what we're talking about. We know what we're debating. I'm sorry, I know we know what we're talking about.
So we have some proposed language for the amended motion.
Okay.
And then I'll explain why we amended it the way we did, make a recommendation. All right. So it will be the friendly amendment is to consider the request authorizing the superintendent to enter into a partnership between East Branch Parish School Board, LSU, and the Water Institute to establish a focus choice school specializing in environmental and coastal studies serving grades 6 to 12. That would be the end of the motion. And then a board member can then add an item next month to approve a location. So essentially, you're amending the motion and removing the location specifics from the motion, from the item. If that makes sense.
That's up to the mover in the second.
Hear what he's saying. Yes.
Okay. So the mover and the second agree to the amended motion. So we're now, the item before us is to approve the item without a location. Yeah, give me a second. I feel like we got to go back to the audience because I think it.
Hey, we got to go to the board.
I'm going to go ahead and run the meeting, Mike. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm trying to make sure mechanically we're doing this right. And so, because I'm going to go to the board, but we're going to go back to the audience. But I just want to make sure that we're in the right place. Okay, so we are on now the main motion that's been amended, and Ms. Ware Jackson has the floor.
Well, I've said it, and the gentleman in the back spoke my heart.
Mr. Jones.
Mm-hmm.
You good?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you, and I apologize,
No, that's all
President Tatman. A couple of things I think we need to think about since this is all coming up at the very last minute. Superintendent, this school would start next year, correct? At what grade level?
I would start next year with grade 6.
Okay, it would
And
start.
it's a small school.
It would start. It would start next year at grade 6. So, if we delay this, even if we delay to where it is and all that sort of stuff, we have all of these committees put together with LSU and everything to work out curriculum and do everything else. If we put it next year at McKinley, you'd have 6th graders on the McKinley site, which I don't think is appropriate. Secondly is I think it would delay because we're trying to get this up and running by August. And if we're trying to get it up and running by August, that would be extremely difficult if we don't know the site. Thirdly, the numbers, the things I've heard, because I went and talked, because UT is now in that building, and I went and talked to the principal and things like that. UT would still be in that building, and there are very minimal changes that need to be made to that building in order to start this school. There's nothing to say that 3 or 4 years from now, after we've made the investment in McKinley, because right now McKinley doesn't have the space for it, and I don't want to put 6th graders over there. If we made the investment at McKinley with this in mind, I have no problem if we end up putting that at McKinley. But if we wait for that, I'm either putting 6th graders on McKinley or I'm delaying the program for several years, which is a detriment to the students. So I don't think deciding how we do this is one way or the other. Either it's not McKinley or it is McKinley. We can start this school there, swing space, as she said earlier. It's swing space. Let's start it there. We'll test out to see what the demand is. We'll know what it is. And I think McKinley is in year 6 of the tax plan. I don't remember exactly.
I don't know offhand.
But we have several years for McKinley to come up, and if that's what we decide to do, we can use that money to build into this program. So I think not to go ahead and approve the item as originally proposed would be a detriment to the program and a setback for the timing of this project, and really doesn't serve any real purpose, because it can still go to McKinley later. We can plan that into whatever buildings we want to do, and if we don't want it at McKinley, it's not at McKinley. So I don't think the substitute motion really has any bearing on where it ends up, unless you decide you want to put 6th graders next year on McKinley High School, and I'm not for that. So that I'm going to be voting against the revised, but I do support the original. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godet. Mr. Ballou.
Thank you, President Tapman. And I had a couple of questions for Superintendent Narcisse, because I know the plan was, like Mr. Godet said, to start out with 50 students per grade and start at the 6th grade. And really the school was, the way it was set up was when it at maximum capacity was going to be 350 students. So McKinley has, what, over 1,000 students, or around 1,000 students? Yeah. So I guess if it's at McKinley, it'd almost be a separate school within a school. And like Mr. Godet said, I guess down the road, once it's going, it could always be moved there if necessary. But can you tell us what your thought process was when it was set up for Eva Lagarde, and why you didn't choose to put it somewhere else?
In my conversations with focused choice model schools, they're not models of schools to be in large comprehensive schools. And it's a school to provide additional choices for kids. We were actually, and we haven't had a discussion yet with McKinley, because we've been thinking through about what would be the process of what programming at McKinley, but we haven't thought through that process yet. But for us, we don't see this as a limitation. We see this as an and. I think to think that because this school comes up means that McKinley is going to be heard, I think is not the approach and the thinking. I think what we have been clear about, and as we've been paying attention to our district, is that people want more options. And I think that with McKinley open, I think even originally when I came to Baton Rouge and met with their staff, we've talked about making sure that we engage them in a conversation about the programming that they would have and those things. But I don't think that this school would hurt McKinley because it's just another choice option. Focused choice schools are smaller schools. They're not meant to be in a large comprehensive approach. Is just another model. It's also what we learned when we went to go visit another district that did this. And so I think what I'm hoping as we continue to work through around programming is that we don't begin to think that there's only a small limit of children in the school system. We actually have many children in our school system, and we just have to create more opportunities and choices. And so I see that the opportunity for McKinley, I was just writing down notes, let's go have a conversation with McKinley, because we've been thinking already about what are the options there, because, when we look at the staffing at McKinley, we don't, and no offense to LSU, but we see most folks in McKinley, like, as I've been always having conversations with Southern University. So we've been trying to think about what the partnership at Southern would be for that. But that could, but that's a conversation we have to have with McKinley staff, their alumni, and the different groups. But I think to limit this choice option to think because one school is going to come up, it's going to take another, I think that would not be the approach. Focused choice schools are just smaller choice schools or options. McKinley is actually a much larger comprehensive school. I would not be recommending a focused choice model at McKinley, because we wouldn't want to tell kids at McKinley who didn't do a particular GPA that they couldn't go to McKinley. McKinley has a strong history. I think that they have a strong leader there now. There's a lot of other programming approaches that we can do. Also, the question is about who would their partnership be? Do they want to be a partner with the LSU only, or a partner with Southern University? They have more students, so it's much more complex than that, I would say. But my push again is I think we should not think of a zero-sum game in this approach. If we do this, then it's going to take away from that. I think it's a matter of and I think there's a lot of potential in that. McKinley has a building coming up soon, and our goal is to be having conversations with them around that, because they have more students, they can offer different type of programming. But and if focused choice they want to build in that, and that's a conversation we have, then we go down that model. But I think that to slow down this process because we're concerned that McKinley may have a challenge, I don't think those two are in the same place at this time.
So my intention is to make a substitute motion to go back to the original proposal. So I guess this would be the appropriate
Yes, it
time
would,
to do
yeah.
that.
You have the floor, so you.
So I'll make that motion.
Is there a second? So Ms. Dyson seconds. So we are now on the substitute motion, which was the original motion. Dyson. Okay, well, that's it? You're done after that? Good. And I pressed the button just to allow the superintendent to speak, and you did based on what, Mark's question, so I'm good. I'll pass over. So Ms. Dyson.
So I think it brings out the intentionality of what we're doing and starting small, and I think especially because McKinley is in the tax plan in a very large way, and we're going to have the Buchanan land, I think that there are a lot of potentials that can be created for McKinley, and I think need to be created for McKinley and that area. And I think because we're having additional dollars going to go and also land, we've got, the sky's the limit on, and as long as we can afford. So I am in support of this as the original motion and the new substitute motion. And I do believe that these conversations need to be had in every community. What do you want? What kinds of pathways? And I think in some of our larger schools, we might have to have multiple pathway options, because, these are our larger schools and all children aren't interested in the same exact pathway. So multiple pathways, to me, sounds like a really good option. If we can have these types of partnerships built around these pathways, like the partnerships that we're having for these focused choice, then they'll be desirable as well. So, thank you.
Board Member Ware Jackson.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. When I saw this, I was excited about the water campus and all of that, because, we've been talking about that for a long time. I think, though, after we talked about this and, there was so much support for doing this at Eva Lagarde for all of the reasons that were mentioned earlier, I got kind of nervous. Dr. Narcisse, I was telling you, what about, and, you told me about the research and you saw that, more students, the majority of the students that were at McKinley were going to Southern University. Well, I have to confess, I got on the phone and I started talking to someone in particular at Southern University who is always at any of our big meetings. And I told him what my dilemma was about this whole thing and how I was torn up about it. And he gave me a laundry list of ideas that they're chomping at the bit to partner with Southern about. And I wish I had that list with me. One of them in particular was esports. And then coincidentally, someone from Bernard Terrace called to invite me to something that's taking place tomorrow around esports at Bernard Terrace. And I confess that I didn't know a lot about esports, but that's the thing that jumped out at me when I saw his list. And they mentioned that, coincidentally, that they were hoping that this program would progress into McKinley because they had all of the equipment and everything that was needed for esports. So, I say all of that and but the bottom line is that, if only, we could have had conversations. I mean, you wouldn't know that this was going to come up, but I just knew it was going to come up, that, that the McKinley territory would be thinking, well, hey, who are we, chopped liver? Because they've been passed over for different things, and certain things came, but they had one thing, and then it got, a program got moved to another school, and, they feel slighted, and I can feel that. So I know that there's a whole lot of opportunity in store for McKinley, particularly through Southern, because Southern's so eager to partner with McKinley. And I say that, I graduated from LSU, but, and that's my territory and all, but when I just want what's best for McKinley, period. And I want what's best for the district, so it's really tough for me to say, you can tell it's a hard choice, but I know that this is progress. I just want to see something extremely good for McKinley, and I know that Southern University is chomping at the bit to dive in and partner, so and that's, I guess that's all I should say, except that I'm eager to get with the alumni, to talk more, to have some deeper conversations with the Panther territory and see, we show them these options, if we can get Southern to the table and show them these options to, so that, if this isn't the right thing for McKinley because it doesn't fit, there are better things for McKinley. So, thank you.
Board Member Howard.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. And I would just be brief to say that this is why I believe that a communication strategy for whatever we're doing is vitally important, because there's no reason why you're building a school within a 1 mile radius of another institution and you have stakeholders coming here tonight saying that they read something in the newspaper. Whether it affects McKinley negatively or positively or whatever, like, we can debate that for hours. But if you have a communication strategy, the first part of that strategy should be, let's contact the stakeholders within a 5 mile radius to tell them what this means for their institution, period. We have an entire communications department, but it seems that we are lacking communication strategy on a lot of these items. So again, I will ask that we get better at providing communication strategies, because we see how it can become the pitfall to us reaching whatever vision we're going for. Thank you.
Board Member Bernard.
Thank you. I agree again with my colleague, Mr. Howard. Is Ms. Porter still on the line? She is. Okay. Ms. Porter, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Sounds like you're in the room. That's fabulous. Okay, I wanted to ask you about the Magnet Schools of America grant, the Magnet Schools of America program grant. Is McKinley in that grant?
So the MSAP grant, which is the Magnet Schools Assistance Program grant, the board approved a resolution and a voluntary plan to include McKinley High, Buchanan Elementary, the EBR Conservatory, and Broadmoor Elementary School. So we will not know until September 30th, October 1st, whether we received the $50 million grant or not. But to that point, McKinley High School, one of the things that we focused on was innovative arts, communications, and also a teaching academy. So the post-secondary institutions such as Southern, such as LSU, we bring those groups to the table and we get them to help us develop this model. So we're in the initial stage of writing the grant.
Oh, we're writing the grant now. So can we build something in for this program or not? I guess it depends on where it goes. If it's not going to be at McKinley, then...
So the board voted for the specific schools, and we would have to go back and revise what those schools are.
But I'm saying if we move this school, I too do not want to put sixth graders on the high school campus, but, and I don't want to separate them from their peers, the 7 through 12. But again, I want to take input from the McKinley High alumni and the community. I think Mr. Howard's point about communication was an important one. He said that we have to do a better job of communicating. We have a lot of stakeholder groups. We have internal stakeholders, which is our employees, and we have external stakeholders, which are the community, and then the parents are kind of a little bit of both, but they're really external external. I want to support the program. I don't want to vote against this. But at the same time, I have some of the same concerns that I had with the Baton Rouge General Medical's partnership at Park. It's a little different because Eva Lagarde is not actually used as a school right now except as swing space, but I want to see the funding source. I want to see the budget for the facility, for the program, how we're going to pay for it, where are the other additional funds, what funds have been committed by other entities to the program, because are we funding it all out of the general fund, or have there been financial commitments from other entities that are partnering with us? And what are those financial commitments? And Mr. Shamlin, have we received those financial commitments in a form that we can sign a contract with them? Because I think there's an implication here that when through the partnership there's a financial commitment from these other entities, and that's what I don't understand. So I guess I'm just going to vote for it, even though I don't have all the information, and even though I want to hear from the community in the McKinley area particularly. I'm thrilled about the offering for the students. I want to offer more choices. I think it's a great idea. I do have reservations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. Vice President Collins.
I just would like to say that this whole entire discussion is affirming my point number 2, at least in my mind and my little heart, that we should make these decisions considering all of the factors that need to be considered so that there aren't unintended consequences to other campuses. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. So we're going to go back to the audience. We are on the substitute motion by Mr. Ballou, seconded by Ms. Dyson, which is actually what we were debating originally before there was an amended motion. So if you'd like to come up and speak again, you are welcome to. Love to hear from you.
Well, I didn't again, I didn't expect all of this. But I will say this, though. I think you guys having this colorful conversation definitely opened my eyes to the choice school dynamic. The point that you made, is it School Board Member Gode? Yeah. And also, I want to thank my representative, Ms. Bernard, for stepping up for us like that, and just everybody, everybody that spoke on it. I think that the town hall idea is a great idea because, like I said, I like the fact that LSU is making its commitment to community a reality in South Baton Rouge. I'm excited about that. I love the Coastal Environment College. I love the water campus. I love what they're doing. I think having, our students in the community being able to learn under their tutelage is a great thing. But I also think this is a great opportunity to, and I hate to shift gears like this, but hold this board accountable to make sure that what Ms. Ward Jackson said is exactly what happens. I'm not anti this dynamic. I think that, again, you should not make sixth graders with high schoolers. I think that is a good point. But please, when it's time to do this town hall meeting, definitely with the history that McKinley has, with the people that McKinley has produced, the talent that it has produced, it is imperative that it is a beacon for education in this city. It's imperative. And I think that we can all admit that there have been multiple opportunities to do things for McKinley that we've missed the ball on. And I think this is a great opportunity to get everybody to the table, get the community involved. I think that if the community is aware of what it is that you're doing, these types of conversations are not as tenuous. And we're able to work together and get things done for the collective of Baton Rouge. I'd like to highlight what my good friend Karanda and Ms. Anderson said. Pretty much McKinley is a vanguard. And I think that you all have definitely expressed your want to help us. And I'm excited about that, and definitely love to see what comes out of these town hall meetings and getting the community involved. And I think this is something that we can get behind. But also, like you said, Superintendent, if this is a situation where this school is going to be like a little small collective like that and not infringing on us, I think that's something that we can talk about, and I think it's something we can work with, and we look forward to working with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toombs.
Hello, my name is Juana Moreno. It was very interesting, this discussion. First, I would like to talk as a mother. My older son was a graduate of McKinley High. It was the best high school. He got a wonderful education. After McKinley, he went to University of Chicago. All that was thanks to the education he received in McKinley. Now, as a faculty at LSU, as a partner with the BI's initiative in computing, LSU, you can walk between McKinley and LSU. And as a faculty there, and I know many faculty in LSU will love to partner with McKinley. It's just so close. So we are not taking advantage of the opportunity that there are several schools, Buchanan, Terrace is there, and we should use the proximity to have more programs supported by LSU. So that's what's mostly related with McKinley and that neighborhood community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, again, I just want to respond to some of the comments that we had. Mr. Gode, I know that you said that you don't feel comfortable putting sixth graders at McKinley High School, and we too shared those sentiments. However, I believe that we're scheduled for a rebuild for 2024, which is in 2 years now, and we will be adding seventh graders to that campus. Of course, the campus will be expanded, thankful to the tax proposal. Superintendent Narcisse, we did have a wonderful conversation about expanding programs at McKinley High School. And I feel that McKinley is the only traditional high school in that area. So when we look at children who can come into a program without any prerequisites, it's McKinley High School. There is no other school that they can attend in that area. We're it. You know, it's not just because I'm alumni, but it's because that is the school that services the community. We do take hits when we open additional programs in other areas because you take students from McKinley High School to fill those spots at other schools. Now, I do understand that it will be a small pilot program, and I can appreciate that. However, if we do not place this program at McKinley High School in the future, I understand that your urgency to start it next school year. If we do not choose to start this program at McKinley High School because of the logistics and things like that that are not ironed out just yet, I would appreciate this board, just as you voted for the tax proposal, to go and seek what programs can be offered at McKinley High School, because they deserve some specialized programs as well to help to enlarge their career paths as well. We have a lot of students graduating from there year after year, and we want to make sure that those kids are prepared to go out, whether it be a four-year college plan or whether it be a career plan. So please just take the time to see what programs can be placed at McKinley High School. Thank you.
Thank you.
When we had the community forum for Buchanan and University Terrace to be renamed, the name for the school, one of the options was Northgate. I think that came up from Mr. Goday. That was because the school was in close proximity to the north gate of LSU. McKinley High is closer. This will be a great opportunity for a university that's within walking distance, less than a 2-mile radius, for a child to walk directly to the university and actually get an education. Why hinder that? Buchanan and University Terrace actually supposed to be merged and be the McKinley Elementary for next school year, and they will be in a new building. So we actually have time to actually have this programming to impact and affect the 6th graders that will directly feed into the 7th grade at McKinley High. The one proponent that we're missing from this sustainable community school model is the community's input. And I echo the sentiments of Board Member Howard. Our communication department sucks. But that's neither here nor there. This is an opportunity for us to actually get the community involved and hear what they have to say and hear what they really want. And one thing that I know that the children want at McKinley High is programs. They want excellent programs. They want the excellent opportunities that you talk about each and every time we meet at a board meeting. So why not give them the opportunity to have an education or a program that leads them to another perfect and wonderful opportunity that's within arm's reach. If you want to make it small and we don't want to have it where it's GPA founded, they have a regular program at McKinley High. So I think right now what we have been doing is trying to come up with excuses for why we should not have it there, when really there are none. That is the best choice. That is the only choice. That is the best option, and that is the one we should do. I know Dr. Narcisse talked about wanting to make sustainable community school models expand throughout the school system. This is your opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corley. Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, we come back to the board. Ms. Bernard.
I have a request from for the communications department regarding the meeting at McKinley High, that we notify everybody in proximity from all the schools that are in that zone, McKinley Middle as well. Maybe we can meet at McKinley Middle, but I think that we could meet at McKinley High, but choose a site. And that we have a virtual option and a hybrid charrette town hall, some of both. Meet in the main theater, have a small, we're going to talk about the format, break up into small groups, have some topics that we're going to discuss, come back to the main hall, or maybe just go home from there, and then compile all the communication that was given to us in the individual breakout rooms into some usable report of some kind. Thank you. I'll help.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. Mr. Howard.
Let me just clear something for the record. I did not say the communication department sucks. I said that we need communication strategy no matter the item or agenda thing that we're addressing. So I just want to clear that up for the record. I think that strategy is a different word than sucks. So thank you.
Yeah. I think we understood, Mr. Howard, but thanks for the clarity. Okay, so the board is clear. We are on what is the substitute motion, which is the original item as it was presented. That is what we're voting on first, the substitute motion. So, Madam Secretary, will you please conduct the vote?
For some clarity, Mr. Tappan.
Yeah, go ahead.
The substitute motion restores us to the original motion.
Mm-hmm.
And if this motion fails, there's nothing to fall back to.
Well, there's the underlying motion. So and this is just my opinion, but the underlying motion was amended. And so therefore it becomes the main motion. And when it was amended from being what was the original motion, which is the approval of this.
Okay.
And then there was a substitute motion made by Mr. Ballou, and so we're on the substitute. If the substitute fails, we go back to the main motion, which would be where we approve the place. I mean, we approve the program.
But not the place.
But not the place.
Okay.
That is my understanding. Are we all clear?
I just want to make sure that's clear before we vote. Just
Yeah,
make
I'm
sure
surprised I
that's
actually was
clarity.
able to go through
Okay.
it. So.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote on the substitute motion.
Please vote. The motion fails.
The motion what?
Fails.
Fails. Okay. We are now on the main motion, which is to approve the program without a location. Everybody understand? Madam Secretary, please. Oh, I know it'll take you a minute. No.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Motion carries. We move now to item I-10, consideration of a request for the approval of the following school board policy revisions and related matters: CG Administrative Records, DJE Purchasing, and DJED Bids and Quotations. And I'm going to let Ms. Ware-Jackson make the motion because I know she just wanted Mr. Shamlin to go over it, correct?
That's absolutely,
So
Mr.
moved by
Chairman.
Ms. Ware-Jackson and seconded by Mr. Howard. So knowing that, would you mind kind of, yeah.
Yeah, so we're looking at 3 revisions to current policy. The first is administrative records. As a recipient of disaster recovery funds, federal statutes and law requires us to retain records 5 years from the closing of the grant. So the change in language to administrative records now requires a retaining of those records for a period of time to match what federal law requires, and that is required to keep us in line with the law. The second 2 revisions are to purchasing and bids and quotations. In both cases, the policies are revised, the language is clarified, There are several specific issues addressed through each, specifically contracts administration, when and how contracts are signed and in what cases they're required, and also how contract extensions have happened, as well as a number of other clarifications around procurement. And so these are standard, as I said at the COW, the second two policy revisions have gone through our procurement department. They've been reviewed heavily by Mr. Williams, and he has approved. And so General Counsel recommends the approval of these revisions.
I have it. You need it now? Let me see. Where Jackson Bernard? Yeah. I'm sorry. She was looking for seconds on previous motions. Let's see. Ms. Dyson.
Yes, this was on the previous item, and
Oh, I'm sorry.
it's okay. What I wanted to do was, I was trying to get clarity on if we had a date specific.
There's no date specific, so the recommendation from my seat is that a board member per policy can add an item to the agenda for consideration. The soonest would be February, at the February COW. So I would suggest speaking with the superintendent and planning with him around community input and then bringing an item for approval to the board in February if possible.
I very much believe that this needs to be done right away, that we don't need to be having delays on this because it's in motion. And
If you'll send me an email, we'll get it added.
That's great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson, for clarifying that. And what I was saying before was we were behind on motions, so I was just trying to clear it up. I'm sorry. Okay, so we are on item I-10. Any comments from the audience on number 10? Seeing none, back to the board. Madam, we good? Madam Secretary? Madam, you got something? On one of the policies? Yeah, go ahead. You good? Yeah.
For bids and locations, bids and quotations, well, I may have I may have resolved it for myself, actually. I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Collins. Seeing no other questions or comments from the board, Madam Secretary, will you please conduct the vote?
Please vote.
No, I just want to put my mics on.
The motion carries.
Motion carries. I'd like to take a moment of personal privilege, if I could. Dr. Williams, could you come up for a second, please? I'm not positive, but I think this is your last meeting with us. And I just wanted to thank you for your service to our district. Appreciate all the work you did, and I know it was challenging times, and I want to thank you for that, and on behalf of my fellow board members, and I want to wish you luck in your future endeavors. Thank you so much for everything that you did.
Thank you.
Would you like to say something?
Yes, of course. So thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity to serve the scholars here in the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. Truly one of the treasures of my time as a professional, to be able to be here with you during this very challenging time. I have full confidence that our school leadership team and support team will continue the good work. Our interim chief of schools has worked under this leadership since July, and I have confidence that he'll be able to continue to support schools in a very high manner So thank you for the opportunity, and thank Dr. Narcisse in his absence for the opportunity to serve the scholars here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. We appreciate you. We now move to J1, organizational items, announcement of meetings. Ms. Collins, Vice President Collins.
Committee of the Whole meeting to be held on February 3rd, 2022 at 5:00 p.m. at the Central Office Boardroom. Public forum, not an official meeting of the board, to be held on February 5th, 2022 at 9 a.m. at Woodlawn High School. Some or all board members may attend. Redistricting board workshop to be held on February 10th, 2022 at 5:00 p.m. at the Professional Development Center on North Sherwood Forest Boulevard. Public forum, not an official meeting of the board, to be held on February 19th, 2022 at 9:00 a.m. at Park Elementary. Some or all board members may attend. Redistricting board workshop to be held on February 24th, 2022 at 5:00 p.m. at the Professional Development Center. And another public forum, not an official meeting of the board, to be held on February 26th at 9:00 a.m. at the Instructional Resource Center. Some or all board members may attend.
Thank you. Mr. Shamlin, you have a comment?
Yeah, a brief announcement for the board and the community. We are in the process of working up a web presence and a process for the community to submit information around redistricting. The IT department, the communications department are working diligently to put something together, and I meet with the demographer on tomorrow. So we should have some specifics to the board by Monday, or at the latest Tuesday, where we'll be able to increase community access in this process, and we'll give you specifics at that time, but I want to let the board know we're working on that.
I appreciate that. Thank you for mentioning that, Mr. Shamlin. And I want to ask Dr. Narcisse, I know we've spoken about this, but I want to do everything that we can to communicate to the public these meetings, where they will be, how they can be involved, and particularly the public, the forums where anybody in the public can come and meet with the demographer and have conversations. So I hope you will help me with the communications department to make sure we're getting that information out to the public. So thank you so much. Mr. Gode has made a motion to adjourn.